Hi, everybody. How are you guys? How's everybody doing? I am back with a new router. So yesterday was a great time. I think lightning struck my house. A tree outside was smoking and it must have burnt out the internet router. So have a new router and we're back in action today. So great to see everybody. If you guys were here when my internet cut out on the stream, thank you for understanding and holding it down. And it was a little embarrassing on this end, but you guys are really nice about it. It's great to see everybody.
Anything that anybody
And
needs?
I do want to thank you very much. I see you guys all being so nice. So Daniel Hauser's asking for everyone to hit the like button. Thank you so much. All the mods, good cheer. Good to see you guys. And then let's see. Yeah, we're supposed to get to cross today. Love is estimating 1 hour is what she needs left with Detective Gaither. So let's see if that actually pans out. I also had, it's not in StreamYard, but I saw this 504 girl became a member, so thank you so much. And so did Snake Handler. So thank you so much for that. And good morning to everybody. Let's see what's going on today.
To put on the record this morning. Oh, thought we had everybody. Are they just out in the? We haven't seen them. Okay. Can somebody?
This is like the fourth time she started without everybody there.
Call or a text. Okay, Mr. Atkins, you know whether we have Sergeant Gaither? I mean, I know we're a few minutes before 9 still.
My understanding was she would be here by 9.
Okay.
I'll check to confirm.
I'm sure she will be.
Looks cold in the courtroom.
Your Honor, I also want to let the physical boards, oh, I'll wait, but if
We don't have anybody for.
The sound is sounding today.
All right. Good morning. Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Atkins.
Your Honor, I was just going to let defense counsel know the physical boards with the phone records. They're right here.
Okay.
And so if anyone wants to come over, I'm happy to share with anyone.
Okay. Thank you. The boards he was having made up.
This is the stuff for Agent Bernie.
Yeah, now's good. We have a few minutes before we have the jury ready anyway.
All right, so they're going to look over whatever this board that Atkins put together. Atkins did his homework, guys. And good morning, everybody. Everybody's rolling in. Hey to Jimmy and Teresa. Hey, Erica. Hey, Misdemeanor. Dangerous name to be saying good morning, Slimes. Look at everybody saying good morning. Oh, sweet. Are you all the way in Vietnam or are you quoting something? Because I can't tell. JG was bumping the ABCs of Steel yesterday. Hey to Fatima. Hey, L. Violet says, it's a shame Love isn't running for public office here in Greensboro, so I could campaign to vote her out of office. You just want the chaos. Hey to Factual Lie. Yeah, FFS says, we're waiting, Cat. Fire that router up. It is up. It is running. You know, we didn't really realize it at first because there was like a Spectrum outage, and we don't really have any internet choices here. We're just stuck with Spectrum. Or we could do like a mobile service, which is not going to happen. And then after a while, like the outage went away and we still didn't have internet. So plugged the Ethernet cable from the modem and all of a sudden there was internet. So we're like, oh, our router decided it wanted to leave this earth. So luckily Walmart was open till 11 p.m. Look at all the defense counsel. It's like the whole squad. They're like taking over the states tables. Yeah, definitely hoping they get to cross today. And I think it's interesting. I would love to see, I know the jury's not here yet. I know they're handling some housekeeping. But I would love publicly on the record for Judge Whittaker to make an acknowledgement that the Twitter account, she called out Empress Fox. I would love for her to clarify that there was no insider access and Empress Fox wasn't posting something she shouldn't have had access to. Like, I hope we get a little, I don't think we will, but I would like to see a little bit of a apology for that yesterday. If you guys missed that, Judge Whittaker didn't seem to understand that she was looking at a Zoom picture, even though to us it was apparently a Zoom picture. It's angled down. It has the same color tone as the camera feeds that supply the Zoom feed. That had caught a glimpse of Detective Gaither, who doesn't want to be shown. She's not supposed to be shown. And, you know, of course, that feed feeds the court feed, the Zoom window. So, internally, Gaither's shown, and that feed is what goes to the media stream's camera pool. So it's not really anyone in the public or the media's fault. But the judge wanted it to be anybody but the court's fault. So, oh my gosh. And she just didn't click that it was a Zoom picture. She thought someone physically took a photo of Gaither from while they're sitting in the courtroom and put it on the internet. And it was just a little bit like, a little bit on the offensive there, Whittaker. And good morning again to everybody on a positive note. Hey to Gwennon. Hey to Flashy Felix. Loa. 2 souls for you. Oh, Pawsy McPawserton. I meant to say I love your name yesterday. Good morning to Pawsy McPawserton. Hey to Mary Ma. Wealthy Wisdom, good morning, and thank you so much for the congrats. Aw, thank you guys. Oh, nice misdemeanor. New router and extenders. Internet is fire. I know, well, now I need to get a new power strip because I'm assuming that's not... I mean, I don't know. The modem didn't die. But I think to be on the safe side, I gotta order a new power strip today. So internet is alive and kicking. Glad to hear yours is improved. Oh, and the tree, guys. I can show you the tree while they're doing this. So I mentioned I have 2 trees that are leaning, and we're just waiting for them. Like, I think wind or too much rainwater under the roots might really be the final cause to make them come down. But this tree, and it's a bad picture because I was not going out during the storm to take a better picture. So it's like through my window screen. But this one on the right here is one of the leaning trees. The other one's over here. And this is the one that was smoking yesterday, but it was raining, so it didn't actually catch fire. So we're wondering, since it got struck, if it'll get weaker and finally just fall down. So that was the tree I was talking about yesterday. You know, good times, good times. And there's a tree to the right of that that really looks like a Sasquatch. I gotta take a picture of that. Kissin' Pink, don't forget about Club Classy tonight. 25K, we gotta pop bottles. Thank you so much, Fatima. Good morning, PM. Hey to Tavy girl. And this is a mood. Just ready to go to sleep over here, Rodalius Ryan. Yeah. The real one says that, or Dad Real One says love hacked my router. Right for Teresa says, I wish they would be done with Lil Rod. This is just something for him to do every day. Just somewhere to go. Amira, exactly. She should have researched before she questioned people. And again, I'm still unclear if, like, because we heard from, I don't remember her first name, but I know the last name is Borden, and then Sylvia, and it's like, did they volunteer to go clear their name, or was Whitaker like prodding them up there? Was a deputy over there like, because I can kind of picture a deputy being over there like, go up to that podium and answer for yourself. Like that one deputy, I don't know his name. Oh, we get the cart, guys. We have an appearance from the cart. Thank you so much to Chloe Albert's Revenge. Chloe says 1 hour, so cross will begin at about 6 p.m. Good morning, class. Oh, man. And I really think cross is going to be good. I think there's going to be some good stuff we get to with cross-examination. And we got the little patchwork today. And the pearl look. We've got the matching bag. I think we've got flamingos on the bag. Now let me tell you about my mom. My mom bought me something that had a flamingo on it once, and I was like, I love this, Mom. So now, you ever have someone get that thing with this idea in their head, they learn you like something, and they think that that's like the thing now. So my mom, it's so cute, it's been like a thing forever. She just, anytime she sees something flamingo, she's got to just get it for me now. And this is before I moved to Florida, so that's just coincidental. But that's like a little thing with my mom. You know, you learn something about someone once and it sticks forever. Bots is back here chilling. FFS, thank you so much. FFS says, congratulations, Kat, on hitting 25K. Hope to see you hit 1 million. That would be really crazy, but can you imagine the chats? I'd die. It'd be moving so fast. Oh, it'd be moving so fast. We'd have to, like, have, like, a room where we plan last minute to do lives to have the same chat we have now without it getting overwhelming. Apunanwu, thank you so much for the love. Apunanwu says, congrats, 25K. Thank you so much. And then I can't show it on screen. It won't come up on StreamYard, but we have the giant growing video game controller. So shout out to Nick Starr. I love video games. Good to see you, Nick Starr. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And I know today, actually I wasn't sure yesterday, but Nick Starr was doing I think 6 p.m. is your start time today, right? Maybe you've got it scheduled already. Because yesterday I just said eventually Nick will go live. Okay, it's not scheduled yet, but I do think I literally tuned in when you were saying goodbye yesterday, and I know you said you had work to do this morning. So thanks for being here, working and lurking. We love our working and lurking folks in the chat. But I think you said around 6 p.m. today you're going to do your day 140 stream. So you guys know the drill. I don't see the stream already planned, but all you have to do is hit the bell and you'll get notified when he goes live. So here's Nick's link in the chat. And then Chloe says, I propose a system where we nominate people for offices they are suited for. I def vote love into whatever position breaks down and hauls away the tree from your house. Oh, no. I mean, the good news is it's like there's nothing over there. That's like a little land lot that's been up for sale since as long as I've been in Florida. So it's just over there hanging out by itself. Well, really with the other tree. Like they're both sitting there. Like I think the one that's not pictured is a little worse. But they're sitting there, just, you know, they're a little slanted. They got bad posture. I miss love. Thank you so much, Chloe. I think we're rearranging. Oh, he's getting himself a chair. That's another thing we got to look for today. Guys, we had 40 chair squeaks yesterday. We broke 40. It was more than 40. I don't remember the exact number. But we had over 40 chair squeaks yesterday. After a drought of chair squeaks. They gave us 40. Mike the mob, I almost said the bomb. Good morning, that pic came from the court camera. Yeah, and it's just like, you know, my question yesterday is Whitaker looking at the same picture that we can go look at online, that people screenshotted and shared online, that more than one person screenshotted and shared online. Is Whitaker looking at that same picture? Because honestly, if she's looking at that same picture, she's got to be having one big brain fart. If 30 seconds went by, 2 people got up to the podium, and she still didn't click that, hey, there has to be a certain angle that this picture was taken from. Oh, and it's kind of above. So, like, why? I don't get how that just didn't at some point click. Like, I have like a slow to realize things moment every once in a while too. I get it. But when you're thinking about something and actively addressing something for several minutes, like, why didn't it just, well, hold on. And that one girl got right up to the podium and said, hey, I think it could have been somebody else. Like, oops. That's, we need Woody. That's, that could be snitching. Thank you so much, Mike. Natasha says, so ready for the defense cross. Me too. And they plan to have Bernie come up, so, I mean, the state really needs to move it along. Although I don't really know if they care much about wasting a witness's time. Hannibal the Conqueror is gifting 5 memberships. Let's get a membership counter going. Yeah, 5. Well, we have 7 new slimes because 2 became a member on their own. And we'll put a squeak counter up in anticipation. Atkins sat kind of cautiously. Do we think they gave him the squeak chair? We can't hear it because the court audio is off. Oh, that's not the banner. There we go. Sassy Experience says she also owes apologies to the court bloggers that they made snitch on each other. Yeah, it was just like, and that's the thing, I can really picture, now that I think about it, I can picture a deputy, that one deputy, being over there like, you better go up there and talk. And like, and I don't know, that's just my guess, like, it's just a picture I have in my head. But yeah, she also owes apologies to the court bloggers she made snitch on each other. She's giving Heffa. She gets pissed at the wrong stuff at the wrong damn time. The banana thing. And to me, it really goes back to, before they actually, the moment where the Sylvia and Miss Borden went up to the podium, like 10-15 minutes before that, Whitaker was like, I don't know, you're not leaving, you're not going anywhere, don't let them leave. So I feel like the bailiff corralled those two.
Let's go ahead and get her in.
Are they going to pan the camera away for Gaither? Yeah, they're not showing her anyway. I mean, whatever. And plus, I still think it's weird that really the whole day yesterday when there was active questioning, not when they were showing the videos, but Love, instead of standing at the podium like she did on Monday, she was standing in a way that, what if the camera was tempted to pan? Like, why would you... Another Miss Love thing. And Ike with the 20 bomb says, congrats on 25,000. Love it here. Ike, I love that you love it here. Thank you so much, Ike. The noise in the court today. What is happening? Ooh, it just went out. Oh, it's back. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and hold on, because Yak and Miss Love both have an Easter thing going on. I see it in the chat. It is kind of true. And it's hilarious because besides Miss Trish, everybody else in the back is wearing such like muted tones.
Thank you.
Yes, we got a squeak.
All right, Ms. Love, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Sergeant Gaither. Welcome back.
Good morning.
Yesterday, the state was showing you some photographs and asked if you recognize them.
We're quiet today.
I am showing you again State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Bravo from page 195 of State's Exhibit 526 Yankee. And I'll ask you if you recognize once more the people and the place shown on that exhibit.
Yes.
And would you please tell the jury who it is that is shown on, I'm sorry, I can grab this.
Good.
The exhibit in front of you.
Quindarius Zachary and Quinn Porter.
And may I ask you to just lean into the mic or pull that mic a little bit closer to you? Thank you. Go ahead.
Quindarius Zachary and Quinn Porter.
And where is it, are you able to recognize where it is that Quindarius Zachary and Quentin Porter are standing?
Yes, where they're sitting.
Sitting,
Yes.
thank you. Where are they located?
At the dugout gambling house.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Bravo as evidence. Thank you. Would you please tell the jury, you can hang on to it as what date and time that State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Bravo was posted on Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
October the 8th, 2014, but it doesn't have a time.
Okay. And what is the caption?
Me and Big Boo.
Now, is this Quentin Porter, thank you, the same Quentin Porter that you referenced earlier as Big Boo?
Yes.
And is this the same Big Boo that Mr. Zachary talked about as having known Tay, who grew up in Capitol Homes with him and Montune?
Yes.
All right. And is this the person that you indicated was a member or a leader within Rock Crew? Yes, I'm not suggesting. Thank you. You may answer.
Yes.
All right. Do you recall during the interview where you spoke with Mr. Zachary, Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red?
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Oh, deja vu.
And do you know whether she has any children by any particular people?
I know of one.
Who?
Mr. Williams.
So when Mr. Zachary said Gucci Red, Thug's baby mama, this person, you know to have a child with defendant Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Charlie, page 181, Your Honor, for the record of 526 Yankee. Do you recognize the people depicted in 526 Yankee Charlie?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
I've seen a photograph of this Gucci Red person before, and I obviously recognize Mr. Zachary.
All right. The state tenders State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Charlie as evidence.
Admitted.
Would you read for the jury the date that Mr. Zachary posted the photo of himself and Gucci Red to his Twitter account at rock Lil D, _ Lil D?
October the 20th, 2014.
All right. Now, with respect to Mr. Zachary's Twitter name, Does he spell it ROC_d, or does he spell it a different way?
The C is replaced with a 5.
Within your expertise as a gang expert, does that 5 have any significance to you?
For members of blood gangs, the number 5 represents their gang. They will normally replace if it's a letter C with a 5 or X out the C due to their rivals being the Crips.
Okay. Do they ever X out the C and replace it with the letter B as in Bravo?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Holding up for the jury, do we have that available for display? All right. Holding up for the jury, State's Exhibit 526, Yankee Charlie, Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, give us a break from this, whatever this microphone is doing. As always, shout out to Doug. Shout out to Doug. I love, and I think, okay, so I think Maurice is the guy that actually controls the camera. I'm not sure for certain, but I'm thinking it is. And I love that now we're going like this roundabout angle up to the ceiling to pan over to the Seal of Georgia, just to be extra careful. And the camera crew, whoever it is doing it, has been extremely careful ever since, I mean, really in general, the whole time. But that moment where Love was like, oh, they're picking us, or it was Hilton that said they're picking us up on the mics, one of our investigators told us. You know, they've been hitting that mute button to cut the camera feed so fast, panning away so fast. So, shout out to them. And it sucks that they kind of got, like, accused instantly yesterday. Oh, man. And also, if you're wondering why there's a bunch of boom emojis, usually it's because of Peter Ortiz, who's also in here. But today, started by Army Nurse. Army Nurse says, with your permission, Kat, I declare today Moderator's Day. Put the boom emoji in the chat if you agree. And we're going to do that. We're going to just say October 2nd is Mod Day, even though Mod love all the time. You guys show the mods some love, especially when the power cut yesterday. They really held it down. They held it all the way down. So thank you. Great idea, Army Nurse. I love, love, love it. And the chat looks super fun with all the emojis. Like a bunch of fireworks. Love it. Oh, we got a flamingo emoji. Thank you, Kimberly. Love that. Crispy Bacon says it sounds like someone's snoring into a microphone. And you know it's weird when something's like interrupting Love, it like doesn't really, sometimes it's a little loud, and that's like makes it kind of jump a little, but I don't really mind when Love's voice is staticky. But you know, that's all because she just doesn't want to stand at the podium. That's really why we're here. Thank you, Heart of Inspiration, my friend Heart of Inspiration. Congrats on 25K. You'll be at 100K before you know it. And guys, that's when we got to figure out, we got to have like hole in the wall streams so we can keep the chats. You know, have you guys ever watched Emily D. Baker and watched how fast her chat moves? It's like insane. I don't know. I don't want that. I think we have a great flow of conversation, especially you guys are really nice when we have to slow the chat. I know it's kind of frustrating sometimes if you try to send a message and it tells you it's too soon. But when we get close to like 4K, 5K people in here and something interesting is happening on the screen, it's already a whirlwind in this chat on those days. So 100K is a little bit of I have a little bit of apprehension, and I know that sounds weird, but I like being able to see most of the stuff in the chat and kind of know who you guys are, remember the names. Yeah, it's just like, it's like a whole nother world over there. Like, absolutely cannot try to work and lurk with an EDB chat because I'll be looking at the screen like, oh my gosh, and I won't end up getting anything done. Yeah, shout out to EDB. But yeah, it's like a whole different prospect. Although I gotta say, back in the day when it would be like 2 people in the chat and nobody would be saying anything, it's nice not to feel like I'm talking to myself. So I think we're at a happy medium here. Thank you so much, Heart of Inspiration, friend of the channel. Love, love, love everything that you've been doing for North Carolina Helene victims and their recovery efforts. And I'm going to drop your link here.
Testify as both a fact witness and an expert witness, and that's the case with this witness. And I think you noticed a couple of minutes ago, Ms. Love asked a question in your expert opinion.
This sounds like jury instructions. It sounds like we're getting a curative instruction.
Or with your expertise as a gang expert or something like that. If she is ever testifying in her expert capacity, Ms. Love will preface her question with words to that effect. So those are the only times she's testifying as an expert. Otherwise, she's just a regular old fact witness, just like any other witness that comes in here, okay? All right, let's get her back in.
All right, so guys, clarification on that. It is true that there has been different moments, and they've debated this. They asked about this before she was called back to the stand. This was like 2 weeks ago when they were prepping for their next 10 witnesses, when they named that they wanted Gaither to come back up. I think it was Steele that asked, is this going to be as a fact or an expert witness? Which one is it? And the state is supposed to know the difference. And we were talking about this yesterday. The chat was like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, I think she's only a fact witness this time because she's talking about what's going on in the interviews that she was present for. And as soon as they got to the part of the interview where she walked out, they couldn't talk about the interview anymore, which means she's not giving any type of expert or summary testimony, just fact. And Love just did something improper by saying, in your expert opinion, implying that her testimony, this segment while she's on the stand, is being delivered as an expert on the subject matter that she's talking about. Very sharp of Doug to approach and call this out. And what a way to start the morning. Shout out to Doug. Shout out to Doug. I don't know what these squeak noises are.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the batteries are low, but I'm holding down. We're having a little trouble getting it on before.
All right, so they're fixing the
Well, this
lapel
battery
mic.
sure didn't last long. I guess just pick up the, there it goes. No, sorry.
Oh my god, can we turn it off while we're fixing it? Oh my gosh.
My apologies. Sergeant Gaither, I'm now showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526, Yankee J. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize the image depicted in 526, Yankee J.
Yes.
Now, first of all, who are the persons depicted in 526 Yankee J?
Quindarius Zachary, Trontavious Stevens, and Kenneth Copeland.
And where is it that they are standing?
The BP gas station located at Cleveland Avenue and Old Hateville Road. I believe it's 151 Cleveland.
151
I
Cleveland?
believe that's the address.
How do you recognize that gas station?
I've been there numerous times.
Numerous times?
Yes.
And what is the date of the posting of those three persons in front of 151 Cleveland Avenue, the BP at Old Hateville, you said, in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes. December the 2nd, 2014.
All right. And the caption, what does it say?
My N-words, free slug and Woody.
All right. I'm going to display this on the screen momentarily, but as we await that, can you tell the jury the person that I have my finger on now? I'm going to show it to the defense.
Quindary Zachary.
Okay. And the person in the middle?
Trontavia Stevens.
And the person on the end?
Kenneth Copeland.
And the gas station that you talked about?
That's the BP.
All right. Showing you next what has
Like,
been marked
This did not fix the camera. I
as
mean, the
State's
mic.
Exhibit 526 Yankee U, as in umbrella. Do you recognize the people depicted in State's Exhibit 526 Yankee U, or actually unicorn, I think?
Yes.
It's a uniform.
Uniform,
I don't
thank
think
you.
it matters.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Who all do you recognize in that photograph?
Shannon Jackson, Antonio Sledge, and Quindary Zachary.
And what is it that Antonio Sledge is doing with apparently his left hand? If you're not able to see it, that's okay.
I
We'll
can't
put it
really
up on the
tell.
screen. Can you tell the jury the date? Actually, Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee uniform as evidence.
It's admitted. Did you mean to tender J? Because you haven't tendered J.
I do, and thank you.
It's admitted.
As we put 526 Yankee uniform up and blow it up on the screen, please tell the jury the date that 526 Yankee uniform was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account.
March 1st, 2015.
And is there a phrase underneath it?
You dig?
Okay.
We can't say you dig anymore.
Blow it up. Could you blow it up a little? Okay. Thank you. And would you tell the jury the person whose face is shown on the screen at this moment in the upper left-hand portion?
Shannon Jackson.
Show the rest of the faces. All right. And the one
Showing
in
his
the
head.
middle,
Antonio Sledge.
and the one on the far right side as we face the photograph.
Quindary Zachary.
Okay. Are you able to see any more clearly what's going on with Mr. Sledge's hand?
It looks like he's making a blood handshake.
Okay. And is that the capital B?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Tango, and ask you if you recognize the persons depicted in 526 Yankee Tango, which is page 117 of State's Exhibit 526 Yankee.
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the persons in 526 Yankee Tango?
Yes.
The state tenders 526 Yankee Tango as evidence.
Admitted.
Can we publish that and blow it up? Would you tell the jury the date that 526 Yankee Tango was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
January 18th, 2015.
And what caption does he place underneath it?
Them B words, no, hot. S word, I got at Bentley_BB. He stand behind me with all the benefits with 2 money bag emojis. I'm sorry. Which part you need? With all the benefits. With 2 money bag emojis after.
And if we could slide up to show the jury the persons in the picture, the persons, my apologies,
No, you're good.
in the yellow cap, who is that?
Kelvin Treadwell.
OG Bentley?
Yes.
And the person next to him?
Quindarius Zachary.
Now, BB, do you know Kelvin Treadwell to go by that as well, or no?
No.
Okay. But at Bentley, do you know him to go by Bentley?
Bentley, yes.
All right. And did we get the date that was posted? Can we bring that down?
Yes.
I think Durante Beebe took a plea also.
Showing you now what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Romeo. And I'm asking you if you recognize the person depicted in 526 Yankee Romeo.
Yes.
Who is the person, or how do you recognize the person depicted in 526 Yankee Romeo?
I arrested him.
Okay. Is that an accurate depiction of the person depicted in 526 Yankee Romeo?
Yes.
The state tenders 526 Yankee Romeo as evidence. Could we publish? Permission to publish. Would you tell the jury first the date that 526 Yankee Romeo was published to Mr. Zachary's or posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
January the 12th, 2015.
The 12th. And what is the name underneath, or the caption underneath the handle Lil D at rock_Lil D?
Hard Nard.
Who is the person depicted in 526 Yankee Romeo?
Demise McMullen.
Okay. And this date that's posted, is that 2 days after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he, or do you recall him discussing Demise McMullen and where he was in the days after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Do you know what a Sprinter bus is?
Yes.
Would you describe or explain to the jury what a Sprinter bus is?
It's basically a high-end van style vehicle. Normally has larger seats, television screens. Just it's a van, but it's created to be more of a comfortable ride than like an actual minivan. That's about the easiest way I can explain it.
Hold on, don't
Is the-
shade minivans like that.
Surroundings shown in states 526 Yankee Romeo consistent with what you know a Sprinter bus to look like?
Yes.
At any time during your interview or any other time, did Quindarius Zachary deny knowing Nard or Demise McMullen?
No.
And is this the person he said he knew since he was 12?
Yes.
Does seeing the photograph in 526 Yankee Romeo corroborate any of the information that you got from him in your interview in August 2015?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Hilo. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Hilo?
Yes.
Have you seen those persons, those people in person before?
Yes.
Are those accurate representations of each person depicted in 526 Yankee Hilo?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee Hilo as evidence.
All right, are you saying
Help,
K or H?
H,
That's hotel. It's admitted.
thank you.
K is kilo. I don't know of either. I have a chart.
I don't have the chart in front of me, thank you. Would you please tell the jury the date that 526 Yankee Hotel was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
November 20th, 2014.
And would you tell the jury what the caption is that Mr. Zachary placed underneath that date?
Bullying with my N-word, his birthday at Monte Rebel, 100 emoji, snake emoji.
As a gang investigator, have you ever seen the word bullying before?
I have.
And
So have I, and I'm not a gang
in
investigator.
your investigations, when have you seen the word bullying?
Bloods will typically replace a word that's spelled with a C with the letter B as representing their gang in disrespect of the C letter for the Crips.
Now, what emojis are placed after at Monty Rebel?
The 100 and a green snake emoji.
And if we would scroll up to the photographs, would you tell the jury, as we hover over the zoomed in photograph of the person on my left, who the person is to my left on the screen as we look at the picture, the marker over the person to my left, the person that the marker is over now,
Diamante Kendricks.
and the person to his left and my right, who is that?
Quindarius Zachary.
Does this person, to your knowledge, have a nickname that he answers to as well?
Which one?
I'm sorry, the person to my left, Diamante Kendrick.
Yeah, Gotti.
YAKGOTTI?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I've been provided with the military alphabet, Judge. I'm now showing you what has been marked. State's Exhibit 526, Yankee Golf. Do you recognize the people depicted in 526 Yankee Golf?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of those persons?
Yes.
State tenders 526 Yankee Golf as evidence. Permission to publish. Would you please tell the jury what date 526 Yankee Golf was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
November 1st, 2014.
And what is the caption underneath the date of the post?
3 green snake emojis with the red heart. YSL, the number 3 emoji, the number 0 emoji with the word deep.
All right. And as a gang investigator looking at this, how do you read it as the number 3 emoji, the number 3 emoji, and then deep, or as something else?
I saw it as something else.
And what did you see it as?
This represents the gang 30 Deep because it's a member of 30 Deep within the picture.
All right.
Why is it a
3
red heart?
snakes, red heart, YSL 30D.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As we scroll up in the picture, and who is the person to my right on the picture where the cursor is?
Demikion Garlington.
And the person to his right, is that Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
All right. And who is the person that you spoke of that was a member of 30D?
Demikion Garlington.
Does Demikion Garlington have a nickname that he answers to?
Little D.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 524 Yankee Papa. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Papa?
Yes.
Are those accurate depictions of the person in 526 Yankee Papa?
Yes.
State tenders 526 Yankee Papa as evidence.
Edit.
Permission to publish? Zooming in on the date, would you please tell the jury the
Oh
date
no, salt and
that
vinegar
Mr.
chips.
Zachary posted
Oh,
526
no.
Yankee Papa to his Twitter account?
January 3rd, 2015.
And who are the people depicted in State's 526 Yankee Papa?
Shannon Jackson and Quindarius Zachary.
And is that Mr. Jackson to my left
Yes.
and Mr. Zachary to his left, to Mr. Jackson's left?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee November. Do you recognize the persons shown in 526 Yankee November?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the people depicted in 526 Yankee November?
Yes.
State tenders 526 Yankee November as evidence.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? I'm assuming it's granted. Go ahead and publish. May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Sorry.
What is the date that Mr. Zachary posted 526 Yankee November to his Twitter account?
January 1st, 2015.
And who are the people depicted in 526 Yankee November? If you could just describe them by what they're wearing or hair or something.
Jeffrey Williams with a white, looks like a white jacket, and Kenneth Copeland with a red hoodie.
All right. And what is the caption underneath the posting date for 526 Yankee November?
Ain't going back and forth, all one word.
Guess we can't say ain't going back and forth with you anymore.
Is the person in 526 Yankee November next to Kenneth Copeland the same person you understood Mr. Zachary to be referring to when he said thug
Yes.
throughout his interview?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Bless you. At any time during your investigation of YSL, before the start of this trial, had you ever heard an alleged acronym, THUG, standing for truly humble under God?
No.
I'm
He
going
also
to show
doesn't know
you
what
what has
repost of his app
already been
is, so-
admitted as State's Exhibit 2, Juliet, and State's Exhibit 3, Juliet. Where did you, before I put these before you, where did you understand the January 6th incident with members of YSL and members of IT gang to have occurred?
Where? Club Crucial and the surrounding streets on the backside of it.
All right. showing you states 2 Juliet, Juliet. Do you know where that sign would have been posted around January 6, 2015?
Yes, this is the marquee sign that's directly in front of Club Crucial, closest to the curb, the street area.
Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit 3, Juliet, Juliet. Publish 2 first, please. Would you please tell the jury whether you recognize the location of 3, Juliet, Juliet?
Yes.
Is that what area do you know that to represent?
This shows the front door of Club Crucial.
And is that accurate as to the way it looked on January the 6th, 2015, during that time?
Yes.
All right. Publishing State's Exhibit 3, Juliet, Juliet. Prior to learning of the incident on January 6th, 2015, after you began this investigation, did you go out to that scene or know that there was any kind of shooting at Club Crucial on January the 6th, 2015?
No, I didn't know when it occurred that it actually had happened.
And did you have any knowledge that Diamante Kendrick had gotten arrested up from this club at that time?
Not at the time, no.
Did you learn about it later?
Yes.
And did you discuss that incident in your interview with Mr. Zachary?
I believe so.
Who was it that, or what was it that Mr. Zachary indicated started that whole incident with the shooting?
I believe he stated Mr. Copeland was jumped in the club. Mr. Zachary was inside with Mr. Williams. Several people after the fight exited the club. Another fight happened with Bloody J, where Bloody J was hit in the face. Mr. Zachary stated that he stayed inside with Mr. Williams while everyone else went outside and got their guns to basically escort Mr. Williams out. After they exited the club, members of 30 Deep YSL began to shoot at vehicles with Mr. Shell Kel, which is Kelvin Watts, and other members of If Gang as they were leaving the parking lot area.
Did the information you learned about the incident depicted in 3 Juliet, Juliet corroborate or help confirm for you any of the information that you got from Mr. Zachary during your interview?
Yes.
Without saying what was said by anybody, had you gotten from anyone else in any other interviews the details that Mr. Zachary gave you? I'll withdraw that question.
Changing my objection counter language from made to sustained to made to one to encompass where we don't really have the judge say sustained, but Love has to change her answer.
And putting up on the screen the second photograph that we showed you. Go ahead.
We're approaching 40 minutes of this questioning.
Yes, 526 Yankee Charlie. Would you tell the jury who it is that they're looking at when you look at 526 Yankee Charlie?
Quindarius Zachary and Gucci Red.
All right. The photograph that you described for the jury as being Quindarius Zachary and O.G. Bentley, is that the same person who had the spot on Oak Drive?
Yes.
Showing you X-ray. State's Exhibit 526, Yankee X-ray. Do you recognize the people depicted in 526 Yankee X-ray?
Yes.
Are those accurate depictions of the people depicted in 526 Yankee X-ray?
Yes.
State tenders 526 Yankee X-ray.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you.
And can we show Here Comes Dramas and Love gifting 5 memberships, sliming 5 more people?
Would you please tell the jury the date 526 Yankee X-ray was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
July 23rd, 2015.
And what is the posting or the caption under the date?
Free DK, green snake emoji. Free slug, green snake emoji.
And as we go down to the persons or the people in 526 Yankee X-ray, would you tell the jury who it is that is shown in that exhibit? Starting from the left. Can we zoom out the shoulder?
Excuse me. The gentleman with no shirt is Trontavious Stevens.
Wait, is that a Christmas story?
Next to
Who's
him
the
with the
kid on
red
the
cap
shirt?
is Quindarius Zachary. The person kneeling down with the white t-shirt is Walter Murphy. And the person with the red shirt, I believe that's Quindarius' brother, Tay.
Okay.
I'm not sure of his first name.
No, he's an unindicted co-conspirator, the little kid from A Christmas Story. Oh, no.
Okay. You got it? 480 Yankee. When you talked to Quindarius Zachary and you showed him a phone number in the interview that you had, do you recall off the top of your head which phone number it was that you showed him that he said, that's not my number?
The exact phone number, no.
Would showing you a copy of the warrant a warrant that you issued with respect to Quindarius Zachary's phone number, refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 506 Yankee.
All right.
Would you look at that and tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what number it was that you got from Quindarius Zachary's mother the day that you executed the search warrant at his home?
Area code 404-901-5726.
Did you do anything with that number in order to corroborate or disprove anything that Mr. Zachary told you during the interview on August the 5th? Or had you done anything with that number?
Yes, I had already received cell phone records from the cell phone provider for that particular phone number.
Okay. And did you, without getting into what you found, did you have the means to roughly plot out the location of that phone number during the incident at Adele Andrew Drive?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to corroborate or disprove for your purposes, any of the information that
Vague?
Mr. Zachary gave you on August 5th, 2015, based on those?
Yes.
There's no foundation for what was applied. It's never been discussed with this witness. I'm objecting, and also the jury to determine what is corroborating or not legal facts.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Mr. Zachary gave several different statements, including one that he wasn't there. So we need to know, for that question to be answered, we need to know what version of events Mr. Zachary gave that day is being compared to the phone record.
May I respond to Mr. Thank you. With respect to Mr. Steele's objection, Your Honor, we've not asked any particular underlying questions about the phone records, but there have been continued questions placed upon or made by the defense regarding corroboration. So I'm asking generally, did she make any effort to corroborate the information that she obtained
objection.
from Mr. Zachary? And then I'm going to ask if she challenged any of it.
All right, and I think that question was specific to the August 5th, 2015 statement.
Interview,
the
yes.
way you asked it, so
Yes.
overruled.
And as it relates to Mr. Sharp's objection, if I need to clarify if that's the objection, and I need to, and the court tells me
I
to.
mean, you asked about it specific to any, you said any, and to that statement, so overruled.
Okay, thank you. So did those phone records corroborate any information that you obtained from Mr. Zachary during your August 5th, 2015 interview?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to talk about challenging Mr. Zachary during that interview. Do you remember, Mr. Zachary, when you first came in, or asking Mr. Zachary, what you want to talk to me about?
Yes.
And do you remember what his response was, generally?
Yes.
And how would you describe what his response was?
He wanted me to tell him what information I already had. He wanted me to start the interview.
Okay. And after you told him, no, that's not how this works, you got to tell me what you want. What was his first bit of information that he gave you about that incident at Adele Drive on April 28, 2015? Did he deny being there?
Yes, he stated he wasn't there.
Okay. Now, did you initially say, I know that's not true, or did you talk to him for a while?
No, I talked to him for a minute. I wanted to lock him into a statement.
Why did you talk to him for a minute after getting information that he wasn't there? Did you believe that he actually wasn't there?
No, I already knew that he was there.
Okay. So why did you let him talk to you after telling you something that you believed to be false? Why did you let him give you more information?
At that point, I knew I could disprove what he was saying. I like to give people the opportunity to just say whatever it is they want to say, and once I confront them with facts or information that I already know, more than likely it kind of persuades them to just tell the truth.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you do what you would consider confronting Mr. Zachary with facts or challenging what he had just told you?
Yes.
And at that point, is that where you said, I can just get up and leave?
Yes.
All right. After that point, after you challenged Mr. Zachary, did he acknowledge that he was, in fact, at the scene?
Yes.
Before you talked to Mr. Zachary and he told you about two different cars and the people who were in each car, had you talked with any investigators from the Adele Avenue shooting who told you about a witness who said that they saw someone with dreads shoot?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh my God, if I have to change this counter back down to a 2. It's currently a 3. I've already typed 3. 3 1 objections. If I have to put that back down to a 2. Oh my goodness. Big thank you for all the gifted memberships. I had Steph's name up on the screen. Steph just said it was FFS that brought it over. And, you know, shout out to our hybrid gangitos here. Steph FS. That's what I'm calling them. Thank you so much for the 5. Stephen T. Satchel also sliming another 5 in the chat. Plus, wait, there was one more. So Sticks 6 slimed by Stephen Satchel. Shout out to Sticks, the music group. And we also have, I know there was one more set here. Peter Ortiz, another 5. I've got to update the total new. We are at 27. So let me update this banner. And hopefully that's the only update. We don't have an objection walk back in a few minutes. Got 27 new slimes today. So shout out to all the new greens. Thank you for all the support, people gifting memberships, making it fun. If you've never been a member on a channel before, as long as a creator has created custom emojis, when you become a channel member, you can use those custom emojis. So we've got some fun ones for some of the defense attorneys. We've got Mario Kart racers, and we've got some, right now, since we're doing the YSL trial, we've got some, got a buffering love. And she's not really buffering that much today. She's just, I think the mic is like, maybe that's what's happening. I don't know if she can hear any feedback herself. I don't think she has an earpiece in, but I don't know if she can hear it in the court or if that's just going to the media pool. But if she can hear that same kind of popping noise, I wonder if it's like helping her keep her focus. Like a, what is it called? A mentimeter? What's that thing that like keeps a beat for you? My Latin isn't very good, so I can't think of a root word for it. But I wonder if it's actually helping her keep her thoughts like moving without interruption, without buffering. Thank you so much to Squirrel Brain. We have a Squirrel Brain sighting in the chat. Thank you so much for the 5. Sam had me laughing with this. Sam W says, henceforth, you should be known as Darth Gaither. That was a very good one. That was a very good one. I also love, and I've tripped up and said it accidentally, the closed captions say gator, like alligator, instead of Gaither often. And I think Shart once said investigator and had to correct himself and say investigator Gaither. But somebody has said investigator. 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 So her name is really fun to make puns with. This is a really good one with the Darth Gaither. Back to the ABCs of love. Opposite of amnesia says F as in phlegm and Z as in xylophone. Oh man. Yeah, that was like... Another moment. And yes, we will close this stream today. When we get through the court day, we will play ABCs of Steel. Renee Stevenson, thank you so much. Renee Stevenson says, congrats on the 25K. It's only up from here. Super sweet of you. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Legally Brown Girl, good to see ya. Says, morning cat chat. I'll be back when Gaither sounds like she says what she means, and she means what she says. Let me move. Police. What happened to the bad A cop in the interrogation room? She's gone. Yeah, they were all quite a bit louder in those interviews. Where'd it go? And to be honest, it's my read, but I feel like Gaither, maybe she just like tuckered out dealing with this trial, doesn't want to be called back. Possibly she could be called back after this and she might be predicting it. She doesn't really seem as cooperative this time around.
Was overruled. I was thinking about a different.
Oh my gosh. Wow, we got to walk it back. We're going from 3 to 2.
We can get the witness back.
Oh boy. We are overruling the objection we just sustained. But thank you so much, Legally Brown Girl. Yeah, that the loud voice from the interrogation room is gone for sure. Cutthroat Radio says Gaither's voice gets on my nerves when she speaks. Well, at least we got a chair squeak.
Sergeant Gaither, before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did you know of any descriptions of any shooters given by witnesses on the scene?
No.
When Mr. Zachary talked about a deer gun or a deer rifle, what did you understand him to be describing? And how is it different from, say, AK or?
I think the jurors can make that determination.
Overruled.
The way he described it, he was, in the interview, he used his hands like this and stated a chopper, but he said it looked like a deer hunting rifle. My idea of a deer hunting rifle is something with some type of wooden pieces to it. So he didn't go against what I was saying, but his description, I understood what he was saying.
All right. And as you investigated the Adele Avenue and the Drew Drive shootings, did you look at social media pictures or anything like that to try and find any information that would assist you in corroborating or disproving anything anyone told you?
I did.
Now, had you seen anything that looked anything like what you had in your mind as a deer rifle was in the hands of any particular persons during your review?
I did.
Now, who was it that you saw with a deer rifle, or what you believed was a deer rifle during your review of the social media?
I saw a social media page with Tredon, Trevante Turner, and Ali Caldwell were sitting on the front porch of a house. And I can't remember exactly which one, but one of them were holding a large assault rifle that had a wooden stock and a wooden barrel piece, almost the same color as his desk. It looked like a deer hunting rifle, but it was an AK-47.
Okay. Now, did you ever, is it fair to say you never saw that, or Mr. Zachary, Mr. Sledge, Mr. Garlington, or Mr. Stillwell with any photos with what you thought was a deer rifle or a deer hunting rifle?
I didn't.
And the Ali Caldwell person that you spoke about?
Caldwell.
Is that the person that you said had what did you call them, trunk dreads?
Like plank.
Plank, thank you, plank dreads.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When you asked Mr. Zachary about the Hill Street shootings, had you taken part or helped in that investigation at all?
I did.
Who all, without saying what anyone said, who all did you talk to during the course of that investigation?
Police or suspects or anyone?
Let's start with police or witnesses.
Okay. Spoke with Mr. Kenneth Copeland in regards to that, and Mr. Zachary. Investigator Dennis was, I don't want to say the lead, he was my partner, but he was specifically assigned to work that particular case, so he was the lead on that.
Let me ask you this. Did Kenneth Copeland tell you that he participated in or that he shot at Hill Street where Lucci's mom lived?
No.
And are you familiar with the person who goes by the name Pokey.
Yes.
And is that person related to anyone in the courtroom?
Yes.
Who is that person related to?
Mr. Williams.
And what is his relationship to Mr. Williams?
I believe it's his nephew.
Did anyone by the name Pokey tell you that he had participated in that shooting?
No.
Did Your Honor, out of caution, I'd like to approach before I ask the next question.
All right.
So she's approaching right as we're hitting the 1 hour mark. We are like 30 seconds away from 1 hour. Oh, we got a chair squeak. And a squawk. What is going on? We'll count that as one squeak. Big thank you here also to Mixed Chick, dropping 5 more slimes in the chat. Super sweet of you. Good to see ya. Yeah, PJ EDW says they practiced last night. Yeah, they're getting their call and response correct between Love and Gaither. And yeah, Gaither, they definitely, well, I don't know they as the whole state, but Love definitely prepped with Gaither. And you can always tell what witnesses they don't prep with, which ones they do. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I bet they play this testimony at the docks. It would end the strike. No. Oh my gosh. Just please make it stop. That and those videos, those long videos. FFS says, I'd have died if she said that's Lil Micro Quez on the shirt. Oh no. Or the guy in the red t-shirt is one of them. Maybe, oh, I don't know. Maybe that's Rico. And Ike brings up like a great common sense point. How much more convincing would this be? The state's argument, the whole case. If these were gang units pictures of actual like criminal activity, gang activity, and not social media gathered, you know, we're at a barbecue joint, we're playing poker, we're playing dice, we're standing somewhere, we're in a car. Like, where is the footage of something a little bit more incriminating? I agree. Especially since a lot of the surveillance video never ends up being as incriminating as they say it's going to be. And also, guys, if you never watched opening statements, not just to catch the Jungle Book reference, but if you go back to opening statements and look at how Love represents what she's going to be able to show that should prove her case, and then look at what we've seen so far, if at least me, you could come to your own conclusion. I felt like there's a huge disconnect. No self-awareness about what she actually had to present her case with. Thank you so much, Ike. Yeah, Gaither's voice. Cutthroat Rita says Gaither's voice. Every time. It's just, it's a little low. And then having to hear it over the lapel mic puffy stuff going on, it's a little bit, I don't know, it's like you gotta tune in to actually try to hear what Gaither's saying while also trying to block out the loud noise of the lapel mic getting muffled around. OG Cappy says the jury is fighting for their lives. I know they all have attitudes and taking out on their families. Can you imagine every day going home, sorry, long day, boring day at the trial, sorry, I'm grumpy. Panel full of crash outs. Oh no. Yeah, not for $25 a day. Is this being picked up because of her lapel mic? Because remember yesterday, they didn't get the witness out of the room. They said, you can sit here because you're not going to understand what we're saying.
Sergeant Gaither.
The mic.
Do you recall during the time that you and Detective Dennis spoke with Quindarius Zachary, talking to him about the day Lucci's mother's house was shot? Or one of the shootings at Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
Before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th, 2015, did you have information, any other information that Shannon had a 223 on that day before you spoke to Mr. Zachary?
No.
And before that, did you have any information about the type of gun Woody had at the time Miss Reed's house was shot up?
No.
So she's trying to
And before you
establish.
spoke to Mr. Zachary, did you have any other information about Pokey being involved in Lucci's mother's shooting?
No.
She's trying to establish that Quindarius Zachary was truthful when he was saying this stuff in 2015 because there's no other way that Gaither could have known these details.
Throughout the interview with Mr. Zachary, did he provide you with what you would have considered incriminating information about Kenneth Copeland that you had not previously received from other sources?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Garlington? Did he give you information about Mr. Garlington that you had not received from other sources?
Yes.
Did he provide you with information regarding the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas and what happened before and after that you had not received from other sources?
Yes.
With respect to Antonio Sledge, did Mr. Zachary, during your August 5th, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, give you what you would have considered incriminating information about Antonio Sledge?
Yes.
Was that information known to you from any other source before you talked to Mr. Zachary on August the 5th?
Yes. Some of it, yes.
Was all of it?
Not all of it, no.
The information regarding Mr. Sledge shooting at Kel with Woody? Was that known to you?
No.
And would you consider that incriminating information about Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
Did Mr. Sledge ever hint to you at any time during his interview with you that he had anything to do with shooting at a rival gang member?
No.
Did the information that Mr. Zachary gave you about Tay being a person that you knew to be affiliated with MDC, did I get that right or did I get
Yes.
that wrong? Did that cause you in any way to question or challenge what information you were being given by Mr. Zachary?
No.
Why not when MDC is a different group from YSL?
He provided information that some of it, which I already knew, would.
Your Honor, the assertion regarding it's not bolstering. It is an effort to show.
I'm going to sustain and you can rephrase.
Okay. Why
I was just thinking that. She wants Paige to come up with the answer.
Why did Mr. Zachary's explanation regarding being from Capital Homes, him being from Capital Homes, Mooktook being from Capital Homes, and Tay being from Capital Homes have any significance to you?
Sustained.
You-
She said, or he said, assumes facts not in evidence.
During the interview, do you recall Mr. Zachary talking about himself being from Capital Homes, Mooktook being from Capital Homes, and a third person that belongs to another group being from Capital Homes?
Yes.
What was that third person?
Tay.
So during the interview, did Mr. Zachary talk to you about him, Mooktook, and Tay all being from Capital Homes?
He did.
Did that information have any significance to you?
It did.
What significance?
I showed a prior relationship,
Between,
those three individuals.
okay, despite the fact that Tay was MDC and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Sledge were YSL?
Yes.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw it. Thank you. I'll withdraw it. Why was the fact that those three people had a prior association of any interest in your investigation?
It showed their continued alliance, even though they were from different gangs and lived on different sides of town. Presently, it showed their prior relationship from their roots, which was Capital Homes.
Did that information in any way help you confirm, corroborate, or disprove the information you were getting from Mr. Zachary?
It made me believe him more, corroborated.
Sustained.
So not talking about what you
mess.
believed,
Okay.
did
Hang on
that,
just a second.
Move to strike.
That'll be stricken. Please disregard that last answer.
did that information corroborate or disprove for you any of the other information that you got from, and Your Honor, my understanding is her belief is irrelevant, but corroboration towards her, what she considered corroboration.
She's getting ahead of the
is
objection.
relevant and important. Because,
I hear an
okay,
objection. Yes.
so
Yes.
did it, okay, thank you.
They should have objected.
151, please.
Although, to be honest, I think they'll just dismantle the process of corroboration
Showing you
that they did on Cross.
526 Yankee Juliet. Or publishing for the jury. Is that location the one that you described as 151 Cleveland, the BP gas station?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now, did you go down to any rental agencies yourself to try and locate any rental vehicles that Mr. Zachary talked about Defendant Williams having during the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
For
You
that,
yourself?
not for the murder, no.
Was that something that Detective Thorpe was primarily responsible for, or was that?
Yes, that was his case. He was a primary.
Justin Cobb, before you heard the name Doo-Wop from Quindarius Zachary, did you know Justin Cobb to be affiliated with any gangs?
No.
And did you ever classify or get information that caused you to believe that he was or wasn't?
Confrontation clause.
Overruled.
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay. Was Quindarius Zachary the first person that you learned of the name Justin Cobb from?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about Doo-Wop and you said, I think either you or Mr. Zachary talked about him being on Yak's IG. Do you remember saying one of the people in the room motioning, or Mr. Zachary actually motioning about height?
Yes.
And at that time, had you already seen Justin Cobb on Diamante Kendrick's IG?
Yes.
Okay. So if he was not someone that you had known of before your interview with Quindarius Zachary, what was the circumstance that you would have seen him on Diamante Kendrick's IG?
He was like a rapper and had some song out. Like, I don't remember exactly how the words go. It was a little catchy little song that I saw on Mr. Kendrick's Instagram page that tagged him in it. But I didn't know the significance of, him necessarily being involved with YSL at the time that I saw it.
And is Justin Cobb someone who is significantly short or significantly tall, or just average height?
Yeah, a little thing. He's small. He's small.
Yeah, little
Short,
thing?
Okay.
What? Ugh.
Before talking with Mr. Zachary, did you have information from any other source that Nard was concerned that Woody might fold and tell that Nard, Shannon Yak, and Doo-Wop had killed Donovan Thomas?
Objection, Your Honor, confrontation clause.
Information from any other source?
Objection, Your Honor, confrontation clause.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
Argue that. Look at her. Look at Paige. Look at Paige.
right.
Look at her. Would love to even try it. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. And guys, Justin Cobb, by the way, is
When
on
you
the run.
heard
He's charged with the murder of Donovan
from
Thomas.
Mr. Zachary that Nard was worried Woody would fold, that he, and tell police that Nard, Yak, Shannon, and Duop had murdered Nut. Was that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
What-
Yes.
And when you heard from Mr. Zachary that Thug asked the members of YSL responsible for killing Nut, why'd y'all kill Nut?
I'm objecting, that is a misrepresentation.
Sustained.
Okay, let me play for you.
I think this is going to be a foundation issue. She tried to
Do
ask
you
a question
recall
and now she's
during
going to
your
play.
interview with Quindarius Zachary, when Detective Dennis asked, what was Thug's mood like when you all were in Miami?
Yes.
And do you recall or whether that was immediately following the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes.
And do you recall whether Mr. Zachary said Thug was calm
He was
or
normal.
normal?
He
Thank you.
was normal.
All right. And do you recall whether Detective Dennis asked, he didn't care, he didn't give a fuck? Do you recall
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And did Detective Dennis ask that question?
Yes.
And did Quindarius Zachary follow that up with sort of an explanation?
He did.
Would you tell the jury what that explanation was for why he said Thug was normal?
He stated because he Nut gave the whoop or the green light for members of YSL, so he was just like whatever after that.
And when you say Nut gave the green light, when he talked to you about Nut giving the green light, did he also tell you or state that Thug asked, why did y'all kill Nut?
Yes, he did.
And was that the response Mr. Zachary told you was given to Defendant Williams while they were in Miami?
Yes.
How did he
And
order
did
it then?
Mr. Zachary tell you that Thug seemed then satisfied with why they killed Nut?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to best evidence.
Sustained.
Guys, best evidence rule would mean it's probably going back to the fact that there's no notes from that interview, and then the interview recording is indecipherable in a certain point, probably the point that Love is asking about currently. And best evidence rule would be, look, if we're asking someone to rely on something when there should be better evidence of contemporaneously we documented what was being said so we could actually see what was being said in that room, rather than have to guess or speculate now, 10 years later. The objection is we don't have the best evidence available to us because they never provided us those notes that Gaither had in that room. So probably that part of the video is indecipherable, and Steele was ready to object there.
Without talking about exactly what was said, do you remember that conversation being discussed with Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
All right. When Detective Thorpe came into the room, did you already know that, or his former, or if whether he had a relationship with Mr. Zachary in any other capacity?
No, I knew that Investigator Thorpe had worked at Crawford Long Middle School for years, but I didn't know that they actually knew each other.
Okay. And during the course of your interview with Mr. Zachary, did you understand Mr. Zachary to correct you at any time during the interview if something was inaccurately stated?
Yes.
Other than changing his account of his whereabouts on April 28, 2015, as it related to the Adele Drive shooting, did Mr. Zachary give you changing accounts of anything else during the course of your interview?
No, he was pretty consistent with the information that he did provide.
Okay. What about as it related to the guns that he had, and which ones he had, and which person had that gun at what time?
Yeah.
Did that remain consistent over the course of the interview, or did you perceive it to have changed significantly at times?
No, it stayed pretty much the same.
And were you all able to sort of keep up with who had which gun?
It was sometimes confusing, and I would write different things down or say different statements that were what I perceived as what he was saying, and he would correct me and say, no, this person had this or this person did that several times throughout the interview.
All right. After you talked to Mr. Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did you do what you had said to him that you would do and tell someone within the district attorney's office the information that you got?
I did.
Now, did you have anything to do with any charges federally that were brought against Mr. Zachary? Did you take out any federal warrants?
No, I didn't.
The proffer that, are you aware of whether Mr. Zachary sat down in a room with investigators 2 years after he spoke with you and
for his
Detective
plea?
Dennis and Detective Thorpe on August 5th, 2015?
Am
No,
I
don't be
aware of it?
misleading.
Or was I there?
Did you hear how she just was misleading with that question? She gave the date of the starting point. Are you aware that he spoke with someone 2 years after 2015? Why wouldn't you just say, are you aware he also spoke to somebody in 2017? Why would you do that?
There. I'm sorry.
Do you know about a 2017 interview with Mr. Zachary?
I heard about it.
Better
but
question.
Were you there?
No.
Okay. And between August 5th, 2015 and 2017, during the time you understood that other interview to have taken place, do you know whether or not Mr. Zachary was housed with anybody that he had talked about during the interview?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like that wasn't the answer Love wanted?
Were you on scene at the compound the night that Lil Wayne's bus was shot up?
No.
During the interview with Mr. Zachary on August 5th, 2015, do you recall sort of deferring to Detective Dennis at some times?
I did.
Did you all discuss the Lil Wayne bus shooting and Quindaria Zachary's presence at the compound during that interview?
Yes, we did.
Is that one of the times you deferred to Detective Dennis?
It is.
Why did you defer to Detective Dennis?
He was on scene the night of the Lil Wayne bus shooting at Club Compound, and it was just kind of one of those things. He had more of an interest than I did. Again, he was on scene. He had firsthand knowledge of what happened and the persons involved, so I just kind of deferred the case to him for him to handle along with Cobb County PD.
And this is despite even when you went in to talk about Adele Avenue, you deferred part of it to Detective Dennis for that reason?
Yes, I knew about it, but as far as, intricate details and everyone that was on scene, it was too much for my brain at the minute, so I just gave it to Dennis.
Do you remember how many cars Quindarius Zachary said that he and the group he was with?
Hold on, guys. I'm going to be a Pawsy McPawserton. Listen to Gaither's answer and watch Steele's reaction. Let me go back like 25 seconds here. I know it's going to do the buffery thing. My bad. But watch how Steele reacts to this. It was too much for my brain.
One that was on scene, it was too much for my brain at the minute, so I just gave it to Dennis.
Do you remember how
Just
many
disbelief.
cars
Just disbelief.
Quindarius Zachary said that he and the group he was with
I
were
hope he
in
asks.
the night of the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes,
How many?
I believe he said 10.
Yes, she did not care.
Before he said that, did you, not speaking about anyone else, but did you have knowledge or information about a number of cars they were in?
Yes,
From who?
I saw the video
Okay.
from the studio.
And when you talk about the video from the studio, what studio are you talking about?
Vault Studios, located at 675 Metropolitan Avenue.
How did you come to be looking at video from the vault on any particular time?
Investigator Dennis and I went to Vault Studios and retrieved the video surveillance. Well, recorded it and had, I believe, Investigator Teague retrieve the actual video, but we saw a group of vehicles leaving Vault Studios shortly before the Lil Wayne bus shooting.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Best evidence.
Me?
I'm going to object best evidence rule if there's a video.
Okay, overruled.
Go ahead.
I saw the video that we obtained, and it showed a group of vehicles leaving the studio before the shooting and arriving back to the studio after the shooting.
Okay. Did you, before you talked to Mr. Zachary, did you in any way alert Mr. Zachary by any member of his family or any other way to the approximate number of vehicles that you saw in that video?
No.
Outside of the investigation that was conducted by Detective Dennis in that Lil Wayne bus shooting, did you have independent information about the details Mr. Zachary gave you during that August 5th interview around this Lil Wayne bus shooting?
No.
Do you know whether Detective Dennis had information during his investigation that could corroborate or disprove parts of what was being said?
I'm not sure.
Have you ever had interviews where you're sort of forced to decide or determine whether somebody is trying to put blame here to get blame from somewhere else during your time as an investigator with the gang unit?
Sustained.
Okay. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he give you any indication that his reason for talking to you was to get Shannon in trouble and get Tameka or Woody or Moontum out of trouble?
Objection, Your Honor, bolstering
Speculation.
and speculation.
Uh,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Overruled is to speculation. Overruled is to bolster.
You may answer that question. Do I need to ask it again? Are you good?
No, I think I understand it. No, it didn't appear that he just wanted to get them in trouble. I took it as he wanted to try to help himself as much as he can by providing truthful information.
bolstering.
Speculation.
Overruled, well,
No, it
sustained
was,
is to speculation.
yes.
Okay.
I also have a motion, Your Honor.
Oh,
You have a,
Motion.
all right.
oh,
Time for our morning break anyway.
time for our morning mistrial motion. Oh my goodness. And that seemed like an answer Gaither was ready to give. I felt like he was just trying to be truthful. He wanted to be truthful. If she overruled that, just shut down the whole stream. Like, what? Oh my goodness. So while we are on this break, I hope you guys, I think the best evidence objection is kind of confusing because it sounds weird as a phrase, right? Like, objection, best evidence. It sounds like a compliment, but it's really objection, like a lack of the best evidence. The best evidence that should be there, that should have existed, is something that hasn't been provided. It doesn't exist within the record of this trial. So we're skipping something that really should be what we're relying upon to get this testimony delivered. It's like tricky. It plays tricks in my mind to hear best evidence.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move for a mistrial on behalf of Mr. Stillwell. We have, first of all, I'll point out that we've been referring to Ms. Gaither as, I believe, Sergeant, and I say that to say that she is not someone that just came off the street to testify with no understanding of how the process works. She's experienced. She's, I'm sure, testified many times before. She just informed the jurors that her belief is that Mr. Zachary did not want to harm Mr. Stillwell specifically, but that's not my objection. My objection is she testified his intent was to come in and give truthful, to get himself out of trouble by giving truthful information that was absolutely improper, that was vouching for a witness, that was bolstering, and that is the basis for a mistrial. From an expert, I'll point
He's
out.
going to deny it, but
Your Honor, my response is that the court very well could and should instruct the jury that as to the witness's opinion about a interviewee's, well, first my response is we vehemently object to a mistrial. Secondly, the court could and should instruct the jury that a witness's opinion about another witness's statements or, testimony or anything that they said is not to be considered by the jury. The jury is the person that determines the credibility of the witnesses. And I can make certain that Sergeant Gaither knows when I'm asking regarding any indication that to not talk about truthfulness, but just to give objectively what indication or whether she considered that there was an indication. Secondly, a mistrial is in no way warranted in this case when Sergeant Gaither did not say Quindary Zachary was being truthful. She said, I perceived, and that is why an instruction would be warranted that her opinion about his truthfulness is not to be considered by the jury. They make the determination about credibility. There is nothing about any of the exchange that just occurred that warrants or in any way justifies a mistrial. At best, an instruction is called for.
That I initially objected to the question to begin with.
Yes.
And I saw the danger. And the state insisted on
Never.
asking that question that prompted this response. That was completely inappropriate.
All right, thank you. I'm going to instruct the witness as well. So we'll go ahead and take a break. And when we get back, I'm going to have the witness in and instruct her and then give an instruction to the jury. Going to deny the motion for mistrial.
And Your Honor, I'd like to renew my motion for the next question.
All right, thank you. All right,
The
we're on
shade.
recess.
Assume we're all joined in that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so two joint mistrial motions. That is hilarious. Max said preemptively, I want to renew my motion.
I mean, yeah, 10 minutes. And
She
by
has to
the
get the last
way,
word.
that witness, Bernie, if he's not here already, he's on his way, the one who needed to testify in Cobb. So just in terms of scheduling, if y'all want to take him next, he's available. And I knew that we wouldn't be done with this Gaither anywhere near 10 a.m.
I won't feel offended.
It's not your. Shut up, love.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, guys. But Shart just preemptively made a motion for a mistrial for the next question, knowing Love's still not gonna listen. And Bruce Harvey said, and we're all part of that, right? That is so shady, hilarious. Not shady, it's throwing shade. It's oh man. Heck yeah, I love Bruce.
Huh? I'm just trying to draft this.
And yeah, with all of that, I mean, I haven't marked that we started 21 into the stream. We're at an hour and 40 minutes of questioning of Gaither for that was supposed to be one thing. I don't think they're saying anything interesting. Oh gosh, it's our guy Jesse. He's coming to hang out. Yes, you guys can have an all cap session. Are we? I don't know if they're just not muting the court audio or what is going on, but there is a lot more stuff picking up of just like the deputies talking. I don't know. And yeah, if we're not in the 40s, we're definitely in the high 30s for a mistrial count. I feel like we've got to be in the 40s. Let's see if they're saying anything interesting here. Like, it's weird. I was just complimenting the media pool. Like, oh, they're muting everything. And there's been a lot of noise. It's probably like Love's lapel mic sitting somewhere.
Back on every gallon on your first tank of gas.
Oh my goodness, Jesse. Let's go. That actually sounds like the media pool talking. But the mic doesn't sound like it's near the media pool. It's probably at the stage table, because that's right near the media pool. All right, and then they finally cut the sound off. All right, so I think that was just someone realized. It sounded like it was close to the media pool. I feel like it's that lapel mic sitting on the state's table. Oh, man. And guys, you guys were already showing love. If you guys one more time could say shout out to Peter Ortiz. This is super generous. Peter Ortiz says, I hope this doesn't lead to a RICO indictment for supporting my OG. You need something a little more stylish than a minivan. Stay strong. No, I was just, Gaither like threw some shade at minivans, saying that Sprinters were, a little bit better, a little more comfortable than minivans. It was just unnecessary shade to the soccer mom vehicles, family trip vehicles. So thank you so much for all of your support, Peter. This is super generous. And then on top of it, you'd also slimed another 10 people in the chat. So if you guys got a gifted membership, make sure you're saying thank you. The gifts, the memberships add a lot of fun to the chat. And it's a feature I love a lot about YouTube. And Peter's just out here, like, support all day. So generous. Always good to see you, Peter. Saw you a bit last night in the, what's the name of the sheriff that shot the judge? The pretrial hearing. I know Potentially Criminal was streaming the pretrial hearing. It was good to see you over there, too, and hang out with you chat side. Thank you again so much. David had me cracking up with this, saying, are they testifying from the bridge of a sailboat today? Because of that lapel mic in the wind. It's like when someone calls you and you're like, are you outside? Just the wind blowing. Kiana Stevenson says, but did Zachary say on the stand, he said the 2223 was Shannon's, but it was really his own gun and he had just lied. I have a recollection of him saying that. And I think the secondary issue is they don't actually have ballistics for all of the incidents. Some of the incidents, they're just saying the shell casings could have been the same as a type of gun they believe was in the possession or was seen in the possession of one of the persons of interest. So there's still so many layers here of why when we hear Love question about, what type of gun did you see them with? All these, or what type of gun did they say they had? Or we see the video of him saying it was a large one, or it was a Draco. It's so open and up in the air. There isn't really precision with a lot of this stuff. And even there are some incidents that have ballistics, but I don't think the state in those instances does a good job of attaching it to the incident and the person. So even where there is some ballistics at all, it's just kind of the dots aren't really strategically connected. So I'm with you on that, and I am not an ammunitions person. I don't know firearms well, so I have to learn a lot from the chat and from trying to look things up as things are going. But I imagine we're going to see the defense counter this, and then as well as when it's the defense case in chief, we're going to see some expert witnesses called to the stand that are going to counter some of the stuff we've seen from the state's witnesses. It'll just be months down the road till we get there. Maricela with the congratulatory, thank you for the 2. The amazing cat, congrats. Thank you so much. CEO says, if I'm the defense, my first question is, did you sleep with Garlington's auntie? And how much time have you spent with Love? I mean, 2 separate but interesting questions, right? I can't wait to see if we get any questions at all probing into, is there like a closer connection here with you and somebody connected in any way to one of these witnesses? If that question even comes out, I said it yesterday, I don't think the defense attorneys will ask this question unless there's a basis for it. So if they ask it at all, I'm going to be like, ooh. So I'm excited to see. I also think questions about how much time have you spent with Love? Like, there's been prep here. There's clearly been prep here, and I think Gaither might be forthcoming about it. So that'll be interesting to see. Thank you so much for your 5. Touche says, I agree. Gaither doesn't want to hurt the state, but she clearly doesn't want to be there. Yeah, a lot more muted, I guess would be the word, or like relaxed, calm. She seemed a bit more enthusiastic the first time around on direct. So I agree with you, Touche. Thank you for the 5. Chloe Albert's Revenge, you had me laughing. Her lying A said an hour. She'll still be there by the time Peter Ortiz's super chat expires. And we're almost there. Oh, it might actually be a reality. Chloe Albert's Revenge saw the future here. That is hilarious. Yedat says, so this gang war was because Woody, and I can mute this little white noise. So this gang war was because Woody and Kel beef, the Shell Kel beef, that led to many shootings over 5 months with YSL/If Gang. How was this done to gain control of property/turf/money, like it says in OCGA 16144? Not guilty on count 1 so far. And there's still the extra question, right? Like, even if you think that there was some conspiracy here, who are actually the individuals participating in it? Like, is it just everybody across the board? Like, there's just so many unanswered questions here, and sure, they still have more witnesses they plan to call, but I mean, we've already seen them call the main 2 that they're going to be able to call. They can't call Garlington to the stand because he's charged. He's a co-defendant. He's just severed. So there'd be huge issues to compel him to take the stand. You're not going to do that unless he volunteers, and I don't think he's going to volunteer to do that. So of the 3 that we've heard got their story together and may have said a lot to the police, we've already been through Kenneth Copeland. We've already been through Quindarius Zachary. And it's possible they might be called back. I know Steele said he wanted to be able to call back if necessary. But if those 2 are really your star witnesses that you say told the truth in 2015, and the jury could have a mind of its own. The jury might not be like any of us here in the chat, and we have some diversity here in the chat. But if the jury is like, well, it seems like Kenneth Copeland was lying, and maybe he had something to do with it. And what's going on with Quindarius Zachary? He was in the car with Woody. And the car in the surveillance footage, if that's supposed to be Kenneth Copeland's car, and they were driving over cones on the expressway earlier in the day, then they give a wrecked car to Threat. How does that time frame match up? Like, I've got all of these questions, and the state isn't answering those for me. They're not giving me a plausible explanation that still points to a story of Young Thug ordering some hit on Donovan Thomas. And sure, there's other crimes besides the Donovan Thomas murder, but that's really like the centerpiece charge in the indictment. Everything else with the Lil Wayne bus tour shooting seems like all eyes are on Pee Wee Roscoe, and they're just trying to attach it into some ongoing beef, right? So, not really sure if I feel like they've convinced me Young Thug did anything there, right? So, I really don't know yet. Like, every time they have another witness come on, I feel like I catch more and more about this Woody and Shell Kel belief, because they came out the gate. The state came out the gate so strong, making it seem like we're going to prove that Young Thug ordered all these things and his soldiers carried it all out. There was this huge retaliatory beef, all because of, protecting the enterprise, protecting YSL, or doing things in the name of YSL. And when you come out of the gate giving me this expectation, you're already starting me all the way up here. I'm anchored at the top. So when things chip away at that, now you're losing me each and every time. Whereas if you didn't set that expectation so high, I wouldn't really be looking at things funny when it disconfirms the thing you told me so strongly. So I have a lot of questions, and just the approach the state took to this case. I feel like there's some things that might have been more convincing if they took a different approach. So I don't know. I have really mixed feelings about the way this case is developed. And more, I feel like I'm more in tune to see things that chip away at their theory. But yeah, I don't know how this was done in furtherance of YSL. We hear something damning from another witness that the state's calling that I still think, even though she doesn't want to be there, she's still more helpful. She wants to be helpful to the state. And she's telling us, yeah, Quindarius Zachary said in 2015, when he's supposed to be the most truthful, that Thug asked us, why did you kill Nut? Why would somebody ask you that if they're the one that ordered it? Like, it just doesn't make sense. You're supposed to have rented an entire car. You told your manager to rent this car, give it to these people, and carry this thing out. Why would you then ask why they did it? Doesn't make sense. And it's your own witness and your own question prompting that answer in regards to an interview that you're trying to tell us was truthful. I don't know. Thank you for the 10 and the opportunity to go on a rant. CEO says, Paige feels bad how she did love and it's showing. And I think this was a little bit earlier. And I think it's starting to teeter the other way now, right? We're going to see that, you know, if this was like a seesaw, we're going to see the seesaw move a little bit. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, FFS said, how she know he a little thing? That was a weird way to word it. That like heebie-jeebied me a little bit. SteffJK, and this might be a SteffFS, gifting another 5. Thank you so much. Not just to FFS if this is coming from FFS, but also to Steph for laundering the membership money. Thank you so much, Steph and FFS. Catfud says, can't wait for Love to hot mic us in the bathroom like Naked Gun, Leslie Nielsen. That would be hilarious. And I really think that whatever we were picking up was a microphone sitting at the stage table. I really do. Thank you so much for the 5, my fellow cat. Ike says, state as representatives of victims and family need to refer to Nutt as, quote, Donovan Thomas. That young man is dead, and despite his crimes, he deserves better by the state of Georgia. She is an abomination of the law. Well, one thing I appreciated about Michael Sprinkle is, let's just use, like I'm drawing a blank because I got to come up with the example. Well, let's just use Jeffrey Williams. When he was speaking about people he was looking at, he did the, you know, Jeffrey Williams, also known as AKA Young Thug. And I don't really remember him talking much about Jeffrey Williams. But he would kind of give the nicknames that might be important for the jury to track what we're talking about. But he would do it properly. He would give the actual name and then also follow it with the also known as, just for reference. And I think that's a good way to do it. And I think problematically, there are times where I still think Love isn't tracking the events, the timelines, the names. And so I don't know if she does it on purpose. For Donovan Thomas, I do think she intentionally says thug. So I think this might just be because Nut comes to her more easily. But still, you should prepare. You should practice saying the names correctly in court. 1000%. Especially, remember, Love said she was an advocate for victims, which she never should have said that. That's not proper for her to say. But who remembers that? Who remembers Love saying she's an advocate for victims? And here we are. Thank you so much, Ike. Always good food for thought.
Not appropriate for you to comment. The truthfulness of any of the people you were interviewing. Don't do that again. Okay, all right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we discussed it as well, and I explained that if I say corroborate or indicate. I'll be loud now. Just for the record, I did speak with Sergeant Gaither as well and explained that when I ask for indicators or corroboration, just to speak objectively of indicators or corroborators and not comment on truthfulness or believability. We had that conversation as well.
Okay.
All right, so jury.
Yes.
I'm kind of sad that they didn't instruct the witness in front of the jury.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to instruct you all that this witness's opinion, and frankly, any witness's opinion of anybody else's veracity, that is, whether they're being truthful or not, is entirely irrelevant. It's frankly inappropriate. Strike that from your minds. It is entirely up to you, the jury, to determine the credibility of any and all witnesses.
Thank
All
you.
right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Gaither, without stating your opinion about anybody's truthfulness, would you please tell the jury whether or not you saw any indicator that during your interview that Quindarius Zachary came in to get one person in trouble and to spare Monktunk, Demikian, and Woody? Any objective indicator?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation bolster.
Sustained.
Right back to it. Listen to the silence from
Did you
Love trying to get it
consider-
together.
Or did you take from Quindarius Zachary the information that he gave to you about Monktunk, Demikian, Shannon, as incriminating, or did you understand it, or did it sort of get them out of situations that you thought they were responsible for?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
It was incriminating.
As to all three?
Yes.
Okay. When you talk to Mr. Zachary and he encouraged you after Detective Thorpe got in the room to talk to Bushi, she knows. Did you know who Bushi was?
Yes.
Did you know her real name, her given name?
At the time, I believe I did.
Did you make any effort to go out and interview Bushi as it related to the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
And why not?
It seemed relevant for Investigator Thorpe to interview her, seeing that he was the lead detective on the Donovan Thomas murder.
Okay. And do you know or have any information about whether anyone after Detective Thorpe may have interviewed this person?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
All right. When you got information from Mr. Zachary about the 1428 Adele Avenue and 1903 Drew Drive shootings, what people did you take out warrants for? Do you recall?
After his interview?
After, okay, before or after? Who did you take out warrants for the Adele Drive shooting?
Quindarius Zachary, Antonio Sledge, and Demikian Garlington.
Did either of those people at any time during this incident, to your knowledge, have dreads? Either of the three you took out warrants for?
No, they didn't.
Given that those aren't the only three people, and you said after the interview, you questioned me just now, you said after the interview. Did you take out these warrants before or after your interview with Quindarius Zachary?
They were before.
Okay. And after the interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you take out any more warrants?
I didn't.
Why, after your interview with Quindarius Zachary, didn't you take out warrants for Ali Caldwell? Ali Caldwell, for instance.
We still don't know names.
I didn't have any corroborating information to do so. I tried locating a telephone number for him. To my knowledge, there wasn't an eyewitness that can identify him outside of Quindarius saying that he was there. You know, I didn't have anything else to go on to corroborate what Quindarius stated.
Now, when you say that you didn't, is that the way that, explain why that meant something for you as an investigator? For you personally, not any other entity or any other person, just you.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained. Okay.
What about Tay? Did you want more information about Tay's
Objection, Your Honor,
involvement?
leading.
Overruled.
Did you want more information about Tay's involvement before you took out a warrant for Tay?
I did.
Did you want more information about Shannon's involvement before you took out a warrant for Shannon?
I did.
I feel like I missed somebody. But
Trade on.
Traydon, did you want more information about Traydon's involvement?
Yes.
After your investigation of the Adele Drive shooting, did you cease or stop investigating the back and forth between YSL and If Gang or any other group?
Did it cease?
Yes, did you stop? Or did you
No.
continue looking into other incidents?
No, it was definitely more incidents after.
Okay. And were you responsible for, or were you assisting in investigating those incidents as well?
Yes.
Okay. Was 2015 in terms of gang activity?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant, prejudicial and forward.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't
Bless
know
you.
exactly what the question's going to be, but
If the court, I'll say the question and the court can make the decision based on the actual question. Was the activity you saw in 2015 that you considered part of this retaliatory shooting, was that more or less activity that you saw in either 2014 or 2016?
Objection, Your Honor, same objection.
overruled.
I'll give,
Lay a foundation.
were you a gang investigator with APD in 2014?
Yes.
Were you a gang investigator with APD in 2016?
I was promoted in March of 2016.
Were you with the Atlanta Police Department still in 2016?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to tell the jury about your observations of the number of gang incidents or shooting incidents involving gangs in 2014 and 2016 as it related to the Atlanta Police Department?
An exact number? No.
Just, are you able to talk about your observations of the amount of gang activity as it related to shootings in 2014?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to, now that we've heard the question, I'm going to object to relevance.
Ms. Lev, maybe ask a different question.
Was the amount of gang activity that you investigated during the 2015 period where you were looking at YSL and If Gang, was that a usual number of gang-related shootings for you as an investigator?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. It's the same question.
Sustained.
Now, when you were talking to Mr. Zachary and pictures were placed before him during the conversation about the Donovan Thomas murder, when Mr. Zachary indicated that he saw, or that Yak was the person he was looking at? Do you remember he asked, was it YEK or somebody said YEK?
Yes,
Who was that a picture of?
Mr. Yak, Diamante Kendricks.
Okay. And when he indicated Shannon and said, is it SHANON, who was he looking at a picture of?
Shannon Jackson.
All right. And when he indicated Nard, who was he looking at a picture of?
Demise McMullen.
And when he indicated Duop, who was he indicating, or who was he looking at a picture of?
Justin Cobb.
All right. When you spoke about wanting to, when you spoke about the Browns Mill Road shooting and the surveillance from the sit-go that was shown to Mr. Zachary, do you remember him saying something like, I don't know nothing about that incident?
Yes,
All right. And do you recall the reason why you had him identify who he believed with any amount of certainty was the person Nard? Do you recall why you had him to do that?
to get more corroborating information. That case was, we were still in the process of working it until we tried to get everyone identified and charged accordingly. We knew that he was involved with YSL members, and we
I can, no. Did you have information, or were you working on leads as it related to a Nard?
Yes.
The Browns Mill Road shooting?
Yes.
All right. And I think I asked you whether you knew who Nard was at the time that Mr. Zachary signed that piece of paper showing Nard.
Correct.
And am I correct that at the time you hadn't yet identified him, or you had and were still trying to confirm?
I believe I had his name. We were trying to confirm if he was the person in the surveillance video.
Now, when you said something like, did I hear you say Big Nose Nard that had been charged with kidnapping? Did I hear you say something like that during the interview?
I believe Quindarius said that.
Okay. And did you have information that Demise McMullen had been arrested for kidnapping?
Yes.
Did you pull that report, that incident report?
Yes.
And did you also, during your investigation, obtain a phone number for Demise McMullen or Nard?
Yes.
And was that number 404-217-6?
Reading from the documents, not in evidence.
Your Honor, I'm asking a question.
Sustained.
Do you recall the number that you obtained for Demise McMullen?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would seeing, first of all, did you keep a file for that case?
The kidnapping case?
Not the kidnapping case, but for the Browns Mill Road shooting case.
I did.
And did you have that file after you left the Atlanta Police Department?
No.
What did you do with that file?
I left it with the Atlanta Police Department in a file cabinet.
In a file cabinet?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe what that file looked like, if you can, to the jury.
It's approximately, what, 7, 8 inches thick. It was reddish brown file folder, binder, had clips in it with a bunch of paperwork.
Did, Did you look at with the state any such file before coming here right now?
Did I look at it? Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize that to be the file that you
Yes.
kept? Okay. Would showing you a portion of that file refresh your memory as to what phone number that you had?
Your Honor, may we approach?
So we are approaching. We are approaching. And not adding that as an objection. We'll wait to see what the result of this approach is. Because sometimes I'll count the objection and not give an update, and then I forget if I counted the objection. So we're going to do it the right way and not do it at all. Thank you to Gamba Kufu for gifting a membership. Good to see ya. And then Angie Lay is like, all right, we're going to snipe one more. We're going to slime somebody else. Love to see it. You guys make sure you're saying thank you as you get these gifts. And I know it could be crazy. You don't always know who the gift came from if you miss the pop-up window, but just say thanks. Bella Moon says, I want to know about phone calls to Woody. We might get some interesting locations and what device when we have Bernie on the stand. That might be something that's boring to listen to from a presentation perspective. And we've got to be focused anyway, because I think there's going to be some good information, both on direct and cross, with Agent Bernie up there. But yeah, phone calls to Woody. And then a few days ago, what was that? We had the mention of the incoming call from T.I. on January 10th. So I think the defense has really done a great job going through the records to pinpoint certain things of interest to talk and ask about. And I think you might get some of this with Agent Bernie. Thank you for the 5. Michelle Warden, good to see you. Michelle's gifting 5 memberships. Super sweet. And I think I got you in the banner. I went to update the banner and I was like, oh, I haven't added gifts. And I was at 27. And then I looked at the counter that luckily YouTube counts memberships. Otherwise it would be a mess. And it's at 85. So I was like, oh my gosh, I'm behind. We have 85 new slimes today. And part of that is thanks to Michelle Warden. So let me make sure I have her in here. Okay, I do. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And again, it's a great way. I appreciate the support, and I think it's really cool that it ends up being really fun for 5 people out there in the chat. Stephen T. Satchel says, regarding witnesses, judge did ask Love to make plea deals. So, well, but technically that was later. That was after these were made. But yeah, still a good point. Still a good point. FFS says, nut comes to her. Yeah, I know. When I said it, I thought of the phrasing. I tried to just keep it rolling. I should get the Archer soundbite phrasing. I should get that. A little soundboard. Thank you, FFS. Nothing can get past you. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, it is a lock, Miss Love. Dread is what people feel when they see you coming. Oh, man. And what did she call... What was the word she used earlier when asking Gaither, like, oh, didn't you call them... And I don't know, so maybe it was a real word. But I laughed.
Be back at 1. An early and long lunch.
All right, from Drew.
Oh boy. What are we doing?
All right, if y'all want to take a look at that before the witness gets back.
Scramble, scramble, scramble. Oh, and this is a great idea about a battery backup, Glenn. My brother's really good with this stuff. I'm gonna message him, be like, can you just like tell me what to
Your Honor.
order, what one you
Just gonna
like?
put it back in the condition it was in just a minute ago and then permit them to look at it.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
before we ask Investigator Gaither any questions, I would ask the court to inquire of the state when they received this file and how they received this file.
E for
Because
Brady.
we're completely in the blind.
Okay.
We went over to the Atlanta Police Department,
When?
obviously before.
Is your mic on?
When?
Just before we served, I think we called it complete case files from Operation Planners incident. This is where we got this one, the other ones that were included in that discovery tranche from the Atlanta Police Department. That's where they came from. The one titled Complete Case Files of 2015 Operation Planners. If the court will allow me, I will ask our legal assistants to give me the date that we served the file called Complete Case Files of Operation Planners.
Okay, and so the contents of that file were served whenever that was?
Yes.
All right, what led you to suddenly ask Detective Gaither if this was her file?
As I was looking through for a particular number, I was trying to find both that photograph where Mr. Zachary had signed A515 Nard on the Brownsville Road photograph, so I was looking for that. And I was just looking through everything that we had. And in looking through it, because I knew I'd seen it somewhere, I found it in this particular file folder. And looking at it, I initially I'll show the court what I was about to show.
Well, why don't you put it back together? And I know we're asking you to do several things at once. So how about put it back together and then you can finish your answer.
This was really the story. She should have addressed this before asking the witness about it. Love should have addressed this. Let the court know.
Yeah.
Let the defense know. She just hoped it wouldn't be called out. And remember, it was like 2 months ago now that she had the, oh shoot, and said she was down at APD herself going through boxes. Gang gang in the back. Bots is standing up back there too. Shout out to Bots.
Yeah. The one that is called Operation Planners Complete Case File. That's where this is.
Oh, the microphone. Oh, am I a little behind? Oh, good call. Good call. Pull out your phone and tweet something, Doug. Tell us what's going on. Oh man, let me put myself at the top of the screen in case you want to see the full table. Like, holy moly. Yeah, the files that Max is always asking for. I don't think that this is the book that they went looking for because Love is now locked into the story that she was just looking for a picture of Nard, even though there's a picture of Nard in the Operation Planters PowerPoint. Although I do think they showed a different one.
Yeah. Okay, now you can
In the
finish your answer
video.
as to why this suddenly seemed like it might be Sergeant Gaither's file.
The It's crazy. Because now she's locked into that story, and I think there was a different picture of Nard on the table in the video we watched with Quindarius Zachary writing yesterday than the one that's in the Operation Planters story. Not a squeak in the middle of all this.
And I'm pulling up as well the discovery that has been served.
Let somebody else do that.
Okay, someone else is pulling up. So anyway, Your Honor,
Put your mic
as
back
I
on.
said, I was in trying to, when we were getting ready for Mr. Zachary, actually, I think it may have been another witness, Mr. Murphy, but I remember seeing somebody's handwriting
That's a long time
on
ago.
a picture of someone at the Browns Mill Road gas station, the Citgo. So as I was looking for that, I started looking for, I said, I remember somebody's signature being on it. I don't remember if I thought it was Mr. Zachary or whomever. In either event, I found this particular, the one that we've entered as, anyway, the one that Mr. Zachary signed. On 8/5/15. I found that and pulled it out and just started looking at it. I didn't know whose file it was, and in fact, I sent a text message to Detective Dennis on a particular date asking him, whose writing is this, on Thursday of last week. And it was a portion of this file that contained a report about Demise McMullen and a kidnapping. And it had Demise Nard McMullins. So I asked Dennis, whose writing is this? And let's see, I don't see where he wrote me back, but while I was in the back just now, I asked Sergeant Gaither, whose writing is this? And she said, I think I asked her in the, like, whose writing is this? And I don't remember whether she said it was hers or Dennis's, but I asked her if this looks like her file. And she said, that looks like my file, what's in it? And I said, here. And I showed her what was in it, the stuff that they were looking at, that I was looking at. And she said, it looks like my file. And so I came out here, and that's what I asked her. I asked her, did she see that? Did I show her? Did she see it? Does it look like her file? And she's answered the way that the court is aware. And we're looking at the discovery that we served, and Mr. Atkins is telling me that we served that in 2022. So I was, well, wait, we're confirming. I'll take that back. We're confirming when it was served. But I know that we provided this information because after I saw that, I went and looked up.
When were the discussions about whether Sergeant Gaither's file existed or was destroyed in the hack or whatever? When did those occur? Before or after
All
that
through the
discovery
trial.
was served?
All through the
After?
trial.
But, yeah, but I don't think, I know for a fact that whatever was discussed, like when I looked through that file, I don't see in that file either anything that was like
Actually
the copy.
indicates that it's, I mean, I didn't either in my quick cursory review of it. In fact, there are some reports from other investigators, and I don't see any handwritten notes or anything like that. But, so, I mean, I guess, did you recall at this time that what everybody previously thought was that or Sergeant Gaither's file no longer existed?
Did she recall or did I recall?
Did you recall when you went and asked her, hey, is this your file?
No,
You didn't remember that? Did you remember that? I mean, when she was like, yeah, that might be my file, were you like, huh, so it actually exists after all? Or were you like, not even remembering that it didn't exist?
No, I remembered when they were asking her questions about
They brought it up with Thorpe and
interviews,
Sprinkle.
or
This
certain
week.
parts, certain things within that she said were within her file, and I didn't see, that's not in what I have. I've never seen that. So I cannot say, no, I didn't say, oh, this now exists, because nothing that she said didn't exist
Is
existed.
in there still?
Correct. I
Okay,
didn't
why
see
don't
anything.
Y'all, if you want to take a look at it, and if I'll let you ask Sergeant Gaither whatever you want to about it, or if there's still things missing from it. I'm sure that, this is obviously a hard copy paper file, and I imagine in this day and age, people don't download everything from the computer, and maybe she had an electronic file also, and that's what she meant, but Well, y'all can find out.
Can I just clarify the record a little bit?
Yeah.
And I would very much like to look at that file. Last time, and I believe it was last time, I can't recall how many times Investigator Gaither has testified, but I'm going to say last time. She took the stand. There were specific things that she said she did, and they were not in the reports given to us. I'm aware that the state gave us electronic copies of certain documents in
Right.
2022. No one's disputing that. She claimed that, well, I did do that and I did document it. I wrote reports.
Right.
And I said, well, where are the reports? Because we had discovery and it didn't have any of these reports pertaining to the work she claimed she did. And so then we talked to Judge Glanville about it, and Judge Glanville kind of summarily attributed it to the hack, which I didn't necessarily agree with, but he also told the state, you need to go to APD and make due diligence, your best to find this file. Everyone was looking for this file. And then apparently the state obtained this file and never reported back to the court or to defense counsel, hey, this file that everyone was looking for, last time Investigator Gaither testified, we found it, this is what's in it, here you go, because my understanding, I haven't looked at it, but other people on the team have, the new discovery that was served does not contain that amount of information from the file. That I'm looking at how thick that file is. There's like one police report and the new tranche of information that they're claiming they served after the file, but at no point did anyone from the state tell anyone on the defense, to my knowledge, at least to me, hey, remember that file that you guys were asking about and Judge Glanville instructed us to go find? We actually went and we found this file. And I just don't know how that happens, that we're learning that this missing file has apparently been discovered. I guess we're going to review it to see. I don't know how we learn about that in the middle of direct testimony. That's just tough for me to reconcile with everyone being above board.
Scramble to find the mic.
Your Honor, I'm reviewing the discovery actually that was served, discovery 1 of 3. What does it say? What does it say?
Got anybody from the defense that wants to go ahead and take this file and look at it, you're welcome to.
And just for the record,
Sir,
I've been informed April 29th was when Gaither, Sergeant Lieutenant Gaither testified previously.
April 29th of this year. Okay.
And her reports were referenced
ahead.
with Michael Sprinkle and Thorpe on the stand.
22 is the date that those items were served in discovery. Is it 2?
And by those items, you mean
What's in that?
the contents of this brown paper file that's about 1.5 inches thick. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at now, and I'm looking through.
Okay.
This is what has been
And
pulled
so
up.
it's,
So,
I mean, y'all can,
and so I cannot speak to, I can't speak to anything regarding the stuff that was asked about that didn't exist because, one, I don't see it, I don't have it, and
all right, why don't both sides either confirm if you can or otherwise, whether the contents of that file, whether labeled at the time as belonging to Sergeant Gaither or not, were served back in 2022.
it appears that
Can I ask again for the date of service of that?
it looks like we served one, the date that I just gave, we served
Deal.
August, what was the other one? The first one, August the,
She said 8/2/22.
and 7/11/22 as well. That's what I'm looking at.
And can I ask one more question? Do you know where in the consolidated discovery of the hard drive?
At 30 through 36, there's those 3 PDFs that say discovery. It's like 600 pages of PDFs. You combine them all. My spidey sense, I haven't physically looked through that today. I'm pretty positive those 3 PDFs are those documents. Because that's not a new file. That's like the same file that created that discovery back in July.
Where again in the consolidated?
Act 30 through 36.
30 through 36.
Correct. And it should say discovery 1 through 2. And discovery 1 is July 11, 2022. That's what I think that is.
So it may be that the only thing that's new is that it now maybe realized that this is actually whatever part of Detective Gaither's file still exists.
Problem is, it still should have been identified as something you're planning to use with this witness.
I mean, it's my understanding from what Ms. Love has said that it's new to her as well as of today.
No, that we had the red files. We scanned red files.
That it
Oh,
might be
yes,
Detective Gaither.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes,
yes.
that I didn't know.
I know. Okay. And I mean, I'm just going to offer again with the, Ms. Love, maybe when you talked to her outside, she said whatever she said to indicate, yeah, that might be my file, that you come in and you say to your opposing counsel, hey, you know what? The file of Detective Gaither's that we thought was entirely gone. Well, you know
That's the
what?
problem.
Apparently a part of it is this portion that we sent you 2 years ago.
It should have been identified
I do
before she asked the
understand, but
question.
I just want to make clear that this is not something that was, we tried to conceal from anybody, given we served this.
I understand, obviously, if they confirm that they already have the contents, that's not necessarily up for debate. It's just that the knowledge that it's Sergeant Gaither's is new, and when you learn it, it'd be nice to share it with the other people.
And yes, Your Honor, I understand what the court is saying, but I do also remember when when questions were put upon this witness about the items that she had in her file, no one brought to her the discovery that they already had and said, is this what was in your file? Where is
Apparently, nobody knew where this came from.
They knew that this was Detective Gaither's, that this was Sergeant Gaither's investigation. So I don't.
No, they didn't.
Questioning her about was not in the discovery. She was claiming she did
Is it-
that was not provided.
And, okay, and it may still not exist. And we all know, I can't remember the dates of the hack, but we all know, because we practice in Fulton County, that there was some gigantic, what we call hack of the whole city, and APD legitimately lost a whole lot of files that were never able to be recovered. So, I mean, that's just a fact.
But we have a paper file, Your Honor,
I see that.
and the hack does not affect paper files.
I understand that.
And Investigator Gaither specifically testified that she wrote reports for certain things, they were in her file that has now been lost.
Okay,
Now,
and
so
you
if-
can ask her when she said that, what did she mean? Because like I just said, I mean, all of us in this day and age have things we print out and things we just keep on an electronic file that only exists in the, wherever it exists, in the cloud. And we never print it.
And Your Honor, I have also,
All right, we're buffering for
talked
love.
to Sergeant Gaither about not what she told them, but in previous, looking at previous information, having reviewed information that I know for a fact she kept on a terabyte drive, I asked, where is that? And she has told me in the past that the terabyte drive where she had all of her information about all of her cases was
Come on, get it together. Why are we doing this? Oh no. And guys, I'm raging in the chat. I'm trying not to talk over them, but I think this is crazy for 10 different reasons. Why are we doing this?
connected to her desktop computer at the time that the hack occurred. So I don't have access to it. She didn't have access to it. I know that just from talking about other cases.
Okay.
So I didn't ask her specifically about this one, whether this was on that terabyte drive, because those weren't the questions that I put on her. Those were questions posed to her by counsel for each of the defendants. Like, where is this? And
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
also when it's time for your honorable court to rule, just so we don't waste time with the jury, the question is, let me show you something from your file. And I'm going to object because even though it's potentially, sounds like in Sergeant Gaither's file, retired Sergeant Gaither's file, it is hearsay. It sounds like, and I have not looked at it, there were a lot of people looking at the files, but it sounds like it's somebody else's information that somehow got into someone else's report on a phone number of Mr. McMullen. So based upon that, that's going to be my objection. That's how this whole question began. So I just want to give you a heads up.
Okay, and honestly, yeah, it was a question about a phone number, but what was the question going to be?
it was going to be after she talked to Quindarius Zachary, did she attempt to locate or did she have the kidnapping file?
Right.
Was she able to locate a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Okay.
And I still don't know whose handwriting that is on the phone number information, but it was just going to be what was the phone number.
Okay, well, could you locate one? Fine. What it was would be, I don't know why we have that echo all of a sudden. Would,
We're good.
hear
I think we had one of them. And so initially what I was asking, because the number, it has already come out, that is the number, I think on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked Mr. Sprinkle, did he find communication between Demise McMullen and Kenneth Copeland is the best I remember? I don't remember, but he specifically asked, did you see calls between Demise McMullen and somebody else? And I came back and said, what number is it that you have for Demise McMullen? Mr. Sprinkle gave 404, that number.
that he thought was it, but he wasn't certain. Yeah.
No, he actually said this is the number. He didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And so all that I was doing with Sergeant Gaither is asking her, was that, and I started to ask the number because it was already
You can
in.
ask her if she found the number, but,
That's literally
what the number was is subject to a valid hearsay objection. So you can't ask what the number was.
Okay.
How much longer do you expect to have with?
That was literally the last question.
Okay.
That's your last question, but you didn't know? You plan your last question.
Talk about it during the non-jury days we're gonna have, but we've got to streamline this case some more. This is, just gonna have to figure out a faster way to get to what it is that you want from each witness. I mean, in federal court, you know, they might just say, you got an hour with this witness. And
Do they limit both
We will-
sides to cross
we will
and
talk
state?
We'll talk about the witness list next week.
And Your Honor,
Sounds like a
Yes,
passive aggressive
Oh,
sanction.
yeah, we'll be done by 10 with this witness, and we haven't even gotten across yet. After having her all day yesterday.
she was here Monday, Judge.
Whenever it was.
Monday was 2 days
Shut
ago.
up,
She
love.
waited all
Help
day and did not
yourself.
testify.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is how long she's on the stand testifying and how long every witness is on the stand testifying. And how many witnesses there are in this case. It's just a lot.
Your Honor, do the federal,
Shut up.
are both sides restricted to an amount of time?
Well, I mean, I would imagine that it's not like they let one side go on forever, but the other side only gets 10 minutes.
And given that the state does have the burden of proof, Your Honor.
I understand that, which is why I haven't done it yet. But you'll need to
Shut up.
self-regulate.
I provided the court with those cases, Your Honor.
Like 1,000,000%. Situational awareness black hole. Like, there's none. There's no situational awareness here.
So do the attorneys want to let your clients go have lunch while y'all examine this, or do you think y'all will be done in a few minutes and you want to question Gaither, or what's our best use of time?
I think we'll be done.
Oh,
Okay.
Your Honor, also, I'm being told, I have not reviewed the transcript or anything, but I think that Sergeant Gaither may have said that she left APD and didn't have any of her files with her. I don't know
Okay.
with respect
Left
to
them
that
on the fifth
testimony
floor.
if what was represented is what she said.
It's in my
That
description.
may be. That seems to happen a lot, that detectives leave and they don't have access. And then for some reason, the DA's office, who would have access, doesn't seem to be able to get it. But that's just my observation from other cases.
Until they're doing direct testimony.
What we can, we do. but when
I've been
we don't have it, we
overruled by
don't.
my colleagues, and we're asking for a little bit of time to review this, and we're asking for our clients to be allowed to.
All right, well, I don't know if their lunch has quite arrived yet, but it should arrive soon if it hasn't yet. So do we want to reconvene at like 12:20, which would give you all a half an hour, or 12:30, which would give you 40 minutes? Because if we're going to. Not here yet. Okay.
12:20 will be.
Okay. Well, that might not be enough time if it hasn't arrived yet, but.
Oh, you were going to have, okay. I misunderstood. They were going to eat while we were out. Oh,
I mean, ideally,
12:45?
well, no, there is no way that this group of lawyers can get anything done in 15 minutes. So no, if we're going to examine Detective Gaither before the jury comes back at 1, we need to be back before 12:45, because we're not doing this part in front of the jury. So 12:30. And the defendants can use the restroom before they eat and get that out of the way. All right, see y'all back at 1.
All right, so I still have major issues there. It seems to me, and they're not really done with this, right? They're still going through it to see if they have like one-off objections or want to challenge anything else that's happened. But right then and there, you see, I caught it instantly. Whitaker is trying to passive-aggressively sanction the state without having to formally, on the record, sanction the state, right? I would love to see actual sanctions, but Love still doesn't get it. She doesn't have the humility to just sit back down, pick her battles. She chose to keep going. Chose to continue to push but both sides, right? Duh. And Whitaker even had to say, duh. Like, there's a reason, because you have the burden of proof. You need to be able to present your case. There's a reason I haven't actually formally set a time limit on you. So of course I know that. So don't challenge me on if it would be for both sides. And Love still kept going. A separate issue I have that Whitaker danced all over, like she did not address it. When you prepare what witnesses you're going to be calling, you're supposed to provide a list to the opposing counsel, to defense. For the state's supposed to identify, we're going to call these witnesses. With Whitaker, she wants to do like a 30-day rolling list of who you're going to call for the next 30 days. And that's not really, we haven't really been efficient with that yet. But you're also supposed to identify, like, these are the exhibits that we want to use. These are the things that we want to bring in when we have this witness on the stand. So Love made it clear. She explicitly made it clear that she knew before Gaither took the stand this time around. She already knew that this file, she looked and found this picture already. This is a separate issue from whether or not it was actually sent over with a mislabel in 2022. She knew. And she planned her last question, her very last question. Do you think your last question is an accident? If you know that that's going to be your last question, that's strategy. You don't just, oh, shoot, I'm going to ask this question. I never thought of it, and it just, a message from God came down to me and told me ask this question 5 seconds ago, Your Honor. I didn't know. And yet she still didn't tell defense counsel that she was going to use something from these reports. That's a separate problem than an initial discovery problem. And a passive-aggressive sanction, a passive-aggressive mention of a possible sanction is not enough. It is not enough. Oh my gosh. So, well, we have a long time to do some deep sighing and get through all of this. Stephen T. Satchel has it on point. I mean, you guys are going bananas in the chat. Like, Steven says, I'm triggered. Offline backup is standard operating procedure. Is APD that incompetent? Yes. Yes. And then you have Love going down there herself to look through the boxes. And Gaither, if you guys didn't catch Gaither's first testimony, it's actually coincidentally linked in the description here. And I wish Whitaker was familiar with it, because Love got reamed for her lack of candor to the court when it was still Glanville, with an issue involving an exhibit she wanted to bring in through Gaither. But back then, Gaither said she didn't have her reports. She left them on the 5th floor at APD. We just had Thorpe 2 weeks ago. Was Thorpe 3 weeks ago? Shark got up there and asked, you know, did you look at any reports from Gaither? Because Thorpe still works with APD. And Love didn't raise her hand and mention anything then when it was, hey, Gaither's reports. No, we don't have them. Love never raised her hand and told the court or told opposing counsel, well, we actually do have them. We plan to use them next week. And she should have known she wanted to use them, because she wanted to call Quindarius Zachary like before Detective Thorpe, but had to change things up because they couldn't get him in to come testify. So it's all BS. It's all BS. And Whitaker really needs to do better with Love playing in her face like that. But that goes back to Steven's point here. An offline backup should be standard operating procedure. So if there's been this gray cloud of, well, we don't have this report, maybe it was digitized and we got rid of the paper copy, and then that digital copy was lost in this hack. Like, there should be backups for this stuff. Like, it's 2024. This stuff was possible decades ago already, to have backups. Where is the care? Where is the care? And coincidentally, today's the day we have the public records request hearing continuing with Ashley Merchant against Fulton County DA. All while this garbage is going on. We have a whole separate action. Someone feels like we don't need to hand documents over that should be accessible when someone makes a public records request, because we thought your subpoena we just didn't like your subpoena. Like, think about what's going on in Fulton County. And not just Fulton County, you know, the usual spiel. But we have a lens. We can see. We have cameras in this courtroom. We can hear what's going on with the Ashley Merchant hearing. We get to see how this stuff plays out. It's garbage, and this stuff impacts people's liberty. It's garbage. It's garbage. Where are the standard operating procedures? There are people that work jobs that they would be fired if they had any role in this stuff not being available and not done properly. So, Stephen, I'm glad you're triggered. I think we should be triggered. Thank you for the 5. Jeffrey Jordan says, ever since the judge read Love the Riot Act, all of her decisions are going in Love's way. And again, I think this was... The one thing I do love is that Love will never just sit down. And when Whitaker tries to be really nice to the state, give them the benefit of the doubt, Love still pushes that button. I think the only reason we ever get a Whitaker that we're like, yes, finally get her, judge, is because it's Love pushing her button to push her in that direction, which is crazy. But you're absolutely right, Jeffrey. Apuninu, yeah, how long ago was it that we heard 0 more chances? Like, that was months ago already at this point. We're on day 140, and well, day 101, was day 101 Whitaker? And I think day 100 was like Glanville's last day, right? So, like 39 days with Whitaker, or at least about that. So, we had 0 more chances like 2 or 3 weeks into Whitaker. And here we are. Here we are. There must be some mystery numbers in front of that 0. Thank you so much, Apuninu. Toothless Tiger says, so the judge is walking back on giving N4 before time. They're not gonna, the judge isn't gonna do anything unless Love flat out says she did something on purpose. And Love's never gonna say that. Love is never gonna say she did anything on purpose. FFS says, tell me you're lying without telling me you're lying. I just Love's face sitting there. Oh, Ike, this would be hilarious, guys. Hypothetical here. I nominate Judge 50 Cent to replace Whitaker. Can you imagine 50 Cent on the stand here? Judge Judy. Oh my goodness. Is Survivor Speak still in the chat? We did a rewind. She was rewinding on the Ali A. I'm not going to butcher his name. I need to practice it. But the TikTok killer that, like, brutally murdered and was convicted his wife and her friend. We did a rewind on that yesterday, and the judge was, like, quick to keep BS out of the courtroom, and the whole chat was like, oh, we need that over in the YSL trial. Like, there's so many judges, just imagine them on the bench instead. 50 Cent would be hilarious. The honorary judge. They gotta give him a fake judge title. Just put him up there. Miss AB, good to see you, says, they should have kept her off the stand. Yeah, it is partly their fault for wanting her to come back up on the stand. And, you know, I also think there's going to be some interesting things in that report that could be helpful to the defense. It's just you're giving them no time to prepare. And with this judge, we've seen it before, when defense gets a bomb dropped on them like this, and they want some time, as would be normal for them to present a good defense, the judge is like, well, hurry up, move it along. Like, not really the time to chastise the defense for not being expedient. They didn't cause this. And if you want to give the state a fair chance to present their case because they have the burden of proof, then you need to also give the same balance to the defense to prepare their defense to dutifully defend their clients. And I don't know the specific times, but I think there's 2 major times where Whitaker has chastised the defense for taking too long when something just got dropped on their plate. Which is not okay. But yeah, Miss AB, part of this is just because they wanted her to come back on the stand to question Gaither about these Quindarius Zachary statements rather than talk about them through Zachary himself. So, and then Miss AB also says, I too thought that the file was gone or couldn't be located, but it never made sense. And that's the thing. Sentiment in the chat was like, something had to have gone on. It can't just be missing. Like, there's no way. Discovery is real. Call a mistrial now. No turning back. And I think this is a huge deal. I'm not an attorney, you guys, but one thing I look forward to in moments like this is, you know, later this evening, when the attorneys that are in courtrooms right now, when they get done with their court day, they go home, they open, they see Thugger Daily. Shout out to the Honorable Thugger Daily. They see a clip about what happened today, and they see this went down. And you just get these attorneys from all over the country, and sometimes in other countries, like, what? Like, if you could summarize their response, their reaction on X and their tweets in response to a Thugger Daily clip, it's always a, what are we doing? How is this mess still going on? Which, you know, it's really validating. You know, we sit here and we have our thoughts and opinions. But it's really validating in a way and kind of cathartic to see attorneys from all over the country feel the same way we do. How is this okay? How do we just not have reports? And it's a little bit different for someone not to take notes at all, but when we see them on video writing stuff down, and we get 3 different stories from 3 different witnesses about how we don't have them or why we don't have them, And then we get a bombshell like this where Love planned her final question to be about something in this report that doesn't exist, that actually does exist, and that we turned over and knew about. How did you just spontaneously come across it recently and still not disclose to the defense that you were going to use it with this witness? There's no acceptable explanation. There isn't even like, accidents can be cause for a mistrial too, right? It's just more likely to rise to the level of warranting a mistrial when something's done intentionally. And the intentionality of it can also impact if there's going to be a with prejudice stuck onto it. But this, I can't even see a plausible explanation that this was an accident. Love always tries to do a great job to make sure things look like they could have just been an accident or unintentional. Can't find that here. Can't find that here. Not even a 0%. 0.01%. And yeah, Ike, this is it. Ike says her first instinct was to use it for examination. But you didn't tell anybody about it? You saw it several weeks ago. Didn't tell anybody about it. Michelle Stevens says, that's why she said kidnap Inglewoody. Oh, man. Shannon, I wish that we could have like a post-it note, sneak it onto Atkins' post-it note thing that he always uses. Just have it pre-written for Atkins to give Love a post-it note that says sometimes you have to bite the bullet and shut the heck up. Like, he held up his screen earlier, and I think the slide said like indictment. It was an I word. I didn't really pay attention. But Atkins like typed something on his laptop or pulled something up on his laptop to go like this to Love to make her look at it. I would love for that to say, sometimes you have to bite the bullet, just shut up. Chloe Albert's Revenge says the judge is dead wrong. The state keeps bluffing and getting caught and called on it, and the defense is lumped in when they get admonished for the longevity. It's all her, in my opinion. I agree, and I'm still waiting to see if the defense finds anything that could help them. And I would argue that if the defense finds something juicy in there, it just goes further to suggest that there was a reason the state didn't want to let the defense know that Gaither wrote a certain something down. That it was intentionally hidden and not due to incompetence or disorganization. Oh, it's never going to end, guys. It's never going to end. Wait, actually, let's play that clip. Thugger Daily clipped it. Like, what a premonition from Darth Gaither here. The hot mic from Gaither. Let me find it and I'll pull it up on the screen. He's got so many clips from today. So, first of all, shout out to the Honorable Thugger Daily. This is his thread. I think this is a link to his thread from today. If you want to bookmark it and check out all the clips. He has a ton already clipped from today. And then here, let's get the hot mic up. We're going to listen for a hot mic for Gaither with her prediction of the length of this.
Okay.
I also have a motion, Your Honor.
You have a what?
Motion.
All right. Time for our morning break anyway.
I also have a motion, Your Honor.
You have
Want to hear it one more time?
Motion.
All right. Time for our morning break anyway.
This is never going to end. What a timely hot mic moment. All for several minutes later for, I think he clipped this too. Shout out to Thugger Daily. I think it was this one.
You're just going to have.
talking about both sides being time limited.
Streamline this case some more. This is, you're just gonna have to figure out a faster way to get to what it is that you want from each witness. I mean, in federal court, you know, they might just say, you got an hour with this witness. And
Do they limit
we
both
will-
sides to
we
cross
will
in
talk
state?
about, we'll talk about the witness list next week.
And Your Honor, yes, I
This is-
understand.
Oh, yeah, we'll be done by 10 with this witness, and we haven't even gotten across yet. After having her all day yesterday.
She was here Monday, Judge.
Whenever it was.
Monday was 2 days ago. She waited all day and did not testify.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is how long she's on the stand testifying and how long every witness is on the stand testifying. And how many witnesses there are in this case. It's just a lot.
Your Honor, are both sides restricted to an amount of time?
Well, I mean, I would imagine that it's not like they let one side go on forever, but the other side only gets 10 minutes.
And given that the state does have the burden of proof, Your Honor.
I understand that, which is why I haven't done it yet. But you'll need to self-regulate.
Look at Atkins. What is Atkins showing her? Atkins just wrote something and made a giant circle around it to show her. I wish we could tell what it said. And thank you, big thank you to A. Willie for, you know, not only pointing out that Gaither had a hot mic moment. This isn't going to end. But I don't know, you guys, as soon as you say something like that in the chat, suddenly I know there's going to be a clip of it on X. This time it was from Thugger Daily. And it's great because we can rewind it without me having to break the law and crime stream. So thank you so much, A. Willie. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, the love clock. While I question. Objection, add 10 minutes. Witness gives a wrong answer, add 30 more minutes. A sneeze, add 15. Sidebar, add 45. Breathing at all, add another hour. Yeah, and I can't believe she tried to argue that, like, Gaither being on the stand for so long isn't her fault. Well, what time Gaither got to actually take the stand has nothing to do with you saying yesterday evening that you only needed an hour more. You know what you could have told the court yesterday? Hey, it might be more than an hour because there's some stuff that we didn't know we had that we recently realized we had, and we might need a little more time to ask a question about that. And here, by the way, we're emailing that over to the defense. Could have done that, and we didn't. Glennon Garnett says, yeah, the file miraculously appeared. And that's what I'm thinking, too. They were trying to hide it. I can't just... I get that there's always like a small percentage chance that the other stuff could have been incompetence over intentional. I think there's a lot of stuff that was actually just incompetence or disorganization. There's other things that I felt like, I really don't buy that excuse, but I get that it's technically possible. It's the improbable possibility that it was incompetence or disorganization. But the possibility is there. This time, I just don't see the possibility. Just don't see it. Michelle Stevens, thank you for the 5. Renee Stevenson says, love this channel and chat. Shout out to the chat. Hashtag mistrial. Tamara for the 5 says, why doesn't the defense bring the judge's attention what Ashley Merchant said about the warrant for Zachary was not done properly? To be honest, I think that issue became moot because he was coming to testify anyway. So they could have fought it just to try to fight it, but I think the judge would have just said the issue's moot. He's testifying. So I don't really know. And I would also imagine if there was standing to fight that, the family was already considering, you know, do we want to keep this attorney? Do we want to go another route? So that might have played into the consideration to raise the issue. It's really rare that a court will do something sua sponte, which means without being prompted, and for the family or for that attorney to raise issue with that would have been billable hours and kind of fighting a moot issue. So that's my take on it, although Ashley had great insights there, even though they didn't actually spill into this trial. Yeah, that says, are these the reports Shard is always asking about? Yep. Yep. Michelle Stevens says, what the heck, squirreling away info again, lady. And that's the thing. I mean, we just had Thorpe say he didn't have those reports. So Gaither said she leaves him on the 5th floor. She turned him over to Thorpe. Thorpe gets on the stand, doesn't recall, doesn't know what happened to him. Something about it doesn't make sense. And I don't know where the chain and the link is broken, but it doesn't really matter because the prosecution, APD, they're both arms of the state. So, Ike says manila folder, Brad Pitt on cover, coffee stain top left corner. If I showed you a picture of the folder, would it magically remind you of a phone number? Yeah, and like that was kind of a disconnect of the question too. And I thought that was really sharp of Steele to, hey, we, like everybody afterwards was like, oh, I forgot what the question even was. Steele is like, I didn't forget the question. How does this get us to a phone number? So that was great too. Thank you so much for your support, Ike. Sia Devereaux says, congrats, Kat, on your milestone, breath of fresh positive air. You know, that's a goal. I am glad to hear you think it's being achieved. And also, thank you guys for all the love today on celebrating 25K. That's really cool. That's really cool to celebrate. It's been a good time with you guys. Jennifer Devine says, she hides everything, hinges until she needs it. Wants video when she found it. Yep. Every time, it's a pattern. It's a pattern. Albert Eden says, Shart needs to ask if that's the same file she put her reports in that they can't find. And I'm excited to see what they extract from this file. Because if it's something that they looked over, I mean, I don't really know, judging by the size of that, if I think that that should be all of her reports at all. So I still think there's a good chance that there's missing notes, maybe from the interviews. And I can't really speculate on the contents of what's in that file until we hear a little bit more from the defense. But I imagine it's still not going to be complete. So I think we'll have a little bit of missing report going on still. And a little bit of, oh, there might be some gems in here that are now bombshells for the defense to use. And that might be why it wasn't identified as being with Gaither, so we wouldn't be able to ask Gaither about them ourselves on cross-examination. So I'm excited to see how this actually plays out. Even though I still think it's interesting, the judge is just kind of like... Jason Sorensen says, wait, has Brady finally shown its face? I mean, it's just visiting again. Brady is basically like Law and Crime's Jesse Weber knocking in. Brady keeps showing up once in a while, but comes, fixes a plate, eats a little bit, says thank you, hi, goodbye, leaves again. Comes back a week later for our next gathering. Yeah, Brady's just in and out in this trial. But yeah, maybe it's just his cousin Brody. Oh boy. And then actually, thank you, Dana. I don't know if you guys saw, I was making a confused face probably like 30 minutes ago. Dana Kimball had said, Kat, did you read my note on my CA? I was like, Canada? And then I was like, okay, let me look at this username on X. And then I was like, oh, CA is for CashApp. So, sorry guys, I don't usually check my CashApp until a break. And then I pieced it together when you said this. So Dana Clark had sent a personalized note with some stuff that we're gonna have to go back and pull. It was a timestamp from Monday's stream, and I'm gonna read it out here in case you guys want it, but 5 hours, 28 minutes, 27 seconds to about 5 hours, 38 minutes, 47 seconds, where we get some of that body language between the judge, court reporters, and Love sending hand signals. And she says it continues until the end of Adam's recross. So that's a good timestamp, especially if you guys have been watching what's on the cameras, if there's any motions. This might have been, I think, the moment with Sprinkle on the stand. And Dana says, look for the communication between Love and the witness communicating, watching each other through the screen. So I'm going to have to pull this up. If I try to do it while the stream is live, I think it'll pull bandwidth. But those are the timestamps there, and this saves for me, so I can bookmark it and pull those 10 minutes. Thank you so much, Dana, for the support and for the clarification to check. Sorry if I looked confused. I was like, Canada? Is there an app called CA? What's CA? Oh, I get lost sometimes. Sean Turner says a simple question is an effective question. Yeah, there were that mess earlier. She asked, well, there was a few confusing questions from her today. But Whitaker tried to like nudge her to ask the question in a better way, and then she asked the question just as confusing. And I think this was around the time you're asking this, so probably what you're referring to. Thank you so much for the 2, Sean. And thank you again to Here Comes Drama. Here Comes Drama also mentioned that Thugger Daily had posted the Hot Mike Gaither. This is never gonna end. Oh man, shout out to Thugger Daily. What a gem. And he just hit 100K. I think he's well over that now. I still have it up, right? Let me get his link again. I'll link it to the thread. But yeah, he hit 100K like, I think on Monday. Already has another 2,000 and well deserved. I mean, what a great way to get information on the trial. This is Thugger Daily. And if you want to look it up on your own, Thugger Daily, exactly as it sounds. And then thank you so much for the 5 Here Comes Drama. And then I might say this wrong. I don't know if it's Gaithen or Geethan, but Geethan became a member. Thank you so much. And we had a ton of gifts. We had a waterfall, and I'm so sorry I'm getting to it late. But K Grammer dropped 5 in the chat. That was very generous, K Grammer. And Janky Grandpa, always love saying Janky Grandpa's name, gifted 10. So super awesome. And I know you guys might not realize who gifted the membership to you at this point, but if you notice that you're green and have access to channel emojis, just throw a thank you in the chat. Chris MG, very cute picture, gifted 5 memberships. And then Jason Sorensen dropping another 10. So that was probably how we got from 27 new slime members to above 80 all of a sudden. So thank you so much, you guys. And Jason had also said, please pause more. Jason says, be a pausey McPauserton. Speaking for myself, I enjoy your commentary. Plus, it breaks up Love's nonsense. I do like to stop and pause for certain context. And I always wonder, like, sometimes it feels weird to put my own comments on the screen. Like, I'm the streamer, why would I highlight my own comment? But sometimes, and I don't know if this helps people on Replay Crew, Replay Crew might not be paying attention to the chat, but they'll be seeing the video. And one thing I like to do as a happy medium to not pause is, you know, if we're talking about Justin Cobb being on the run, or they mentioned Justin Cobb, and there might be people that don't know the name Justin Cobb, they don't know that he's part of the indictment, they don't know that they still haven't actually arrested him. You know, I might put something in the chat like, Justin Cobb equals indicted, on the run, and then just like quickly put that on the screen. It's kind of like a hybrid, so I don't have to pause or speak over somebody. I hate to speak over the court. Hate doing it. And also don't love to pause unless there's a good reason. So I am trying to find a good balance. So your feedback is appreciated, and I'm glad that it doesn't annoy you when I do pause. So thank you so much for the feedback and for all your support today, Jason. Byron the Great says, Love stays objecting to the defense's objections. She's always objecting to their objections. And she tries to cut off their objections sometimes. And it's hilarious because then, like, twice now the judge is like, do you actually know what they objected to? What their objection was? Oh my gosh. But Byron says, she stays objecting to the defense's objections. It's so unprofessional. Shady stuff Love is doing. Judge will never grant a mistrial at this point. Free all slime. And that's the crazy thing, right? Like what will it take to get a mistrial? And I think Flesh of the Gods did. It was what will it take to get to a mistrial? Right? Yeah, Flesh of the Gods did a Tootsie Pop animation with this exact question. How many mistrial motions will it take to get an actual mistrial? Oh man. And that was probably 20 motions ago that he made that animation. So that puts it into some context there. Thank you so much, Byron. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, unless all C's and B's are becoming Y's for YSL, how does this help? Going back to the changing use of letters, we don't want to use C's, so we use X's. A judge, get Darth Vader off the stand now. Honestly, I think the judge wants her off the stand. She's like, I'm so done with this. We're still here. 10 a.m. It should have been 10 a.m. Oh, man. And then positive Q, this is how long it's taking. I always feel bad, but it's a humbling problem to have where I'm getting to a good morning super chat late. I'm sorry I'm getting to it late. Positive Q says, good morning, KMC, cat, mods, and chat. Cool, we got a new abbreviation. That's the acronym for today. 403. Yep. Love is truly wasting time with these witnesses, and she has no case. Oh my goodness. This is like, you know, sometimes we get to these chats late. This is from 9:49 a.m. Eastern. So approaching 3 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. And it only got proven true. Became more true as time went on since Positive Q sent this chat. Thank you so much for your support and your positivity. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, if I was a juror, I'd have faked a seizure by now. And like, again, the $25 a day thing is never gonna sit well with me. JC says, hey, cat and chat, slat, road to 100K. Again, very excited. 25K is crazy. 20K was crazy. I think having like 5 subscribers was crazy. So it's always just a surreal feeling. It never really sets in, but it's so fun to celebrate with you guys. It's really awesome. And then Jay Wyatt says, good morning, cat. See, I'm late to this, but good morning, good afternoon. And thank you for the dog picture. Always love a dog picture. Deidre Williams says a super sticker. Thank you so much. And then we hop over to the Cadillac. Hold on, I say screaming. I don't know why we're screaming, but we're screaming. Yeah, right, do they limit both sides? First of all, we've already seen redirect go way longer than cross-examination, so that's just a very, very unaware, lack of self-awareness thing for Love to be asking for. Just nuts. Yeah, how's she gonna do a time limit now that she's been up there for a day and a half? Imagine if the judge was like, yeah, let's do it for both sides. I'm gonna cap you at whatever time you've had since Monday afternoon, and we're gonna cut you off right now. We're gonna give the defense the same amount of time. Whew. You guys peeping the pen tap, the Whitaker pen tap. That's one of her tells. Oh man. And great point. Where am I? It's hard to scroll the chat sometimes. I'm sorry I can't find who just said it. But remember there's multiple co-defendants, so if we get a time limit, you know, there should be a time for each defendant, their counsel to present their case. Oh, so they're not doing the thing for Ashley Merchants today? I thought that was today. Did they move it? Let me see. I know Phil Holloway's been covering that. Let me see if Phil Holloway has an update. I swear it was October 2nd. So. So not doubting at all if I had the date wrong. Because that is certainly a possibility. Okay, so judge had another trial, so they had to reschedule. Okay. Ah, well. If that had played out, it would have just been so like, oh, right down the hallway, we're talking about records that we can't get access to. Oh, boy. And yeah, you guys are calling it out. The 4 defense lawyers take a quarter of the time to cross combined. And it's one of those things, like, it helps your case. You don't want to be long-winded. It does not help you to be long-winded because it gets confusing. So it shouldn't be a battle of, we want the most time because whoever has the most time wins. Well, if you're fighting to take up time, I don't know if you guys watched the Depp v. Heard trial where Judge Penny kept like almost like a even counter split. She had her court clerk counting the time used, questioning each party had questioning a witness, everything. And Amber Heard, they had to tell Elaine Bredehoff, her attorney, that she hit her time limit. So, like, you don't want to get there. You don't want to get there. And unfortunately, the truth is when somebody's difficult to listen to because they're droning on and on and on, that might not be good for your client. That might not be good for your case. And that sucks if the things that you're saying, should be interpreted a certain way, but human nature, you can't just turn out body language or your natural reaction to how you feel about listening to someone talk. So I don't know. I think that goes back to the lack of self-awareness black hole that is in this courtroom, particularly at a certain table. And shout out, I see Flesh of the Gods in the chat. Shout out to Flesh of the Gods. She loves fantasy, says, I'm sure that judge fixed that. Ashley talks so fast and so long, I would reschedule something else too. Well, and that's the thing. If you've got a lot to say, at least speed it up. And, I didn't really feel like the needle moved me either way for the debate yesterday. I'm not really that invested in this race, and I don't really see debates moving anybody that's already chosen who they want to vote for. I think it's just kind of like we're doing this because it's procedural. I'm the type of person, I like when the debates have 5 different candidates up there, and you get the main 2 that the moderators want to focus on, usually the Republican or the Democrat candidate, or for primaries, the 2 front runners of the party. But I really like when you get a moment where it's like the 2 main parties, and you have like the Green Party candidate, and then like some independent candidate, and you get like the little sound bites, punchy sound bites from the people that don't talk as much. I really miss that style of debate. But yesterday watching the debate, it was like they knew they had 2 minutes or 1 minute or whatever, and you could tell that they were talking fast to get out what they needed to say within that time frame. And I would love to see Love do that. Just understand, you can shorten your time. Instead of treating a witness like they're stupid, or instead of treating a witness like, if you talk to them and ask your questions like this, are you comfortable? The witness isn't going to be more cooperative with you just because you're speaking to them in that way. In fact, it's probably going to piss them off. Speak faster. Respect people's time. It's something she could learn. But Ashley Merchant certainly does say a lot. Chris Hayes gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Ms. Kate for the 2 with the thank you. Well, thank you right back, Ms. Kate. City Gent with the 2. Good to see you. And City Gent, I think of Club Classy now. I forgot. It's Wednesday, right? It's Wednesday. So Club Classy's tonight, you guys. City Gent's becoming a familiar face over there as well. Hope to see you there later today. And any others who want to come celebrate. We're going to have a VIP booth to celebrate 25K over at Classy Beats Club Classy tonight. So hope to see you guys there. It's a great place to check out really good music. When I say new artists, guys, it's not going to be like, I don't want to listen to that. It's incredibly, incredibly good music. It's been great to hang out over there. So we'll be there tonight and hope to see you guys over there. Thank you, City Gent. Jay says, Love seems like a great example of failing up. Maybe. I really think there's just turnover over there, so there's just open opportunities. There's spots to be filled. So if you're there, somebody's got to take the role. Thank you so much, Jay. Heart of Inspiration says, I think the defense needs to take everything cumulatively and put it in one mistrial mega motion. A mega motion! Stop it! Yeah, the judge in New Mexico, shout out to Judge Summer. Or is it Summers? I never know if there's an S at the end. It's like the Kendricks thing, and I don't want to do that. Would have tossed this weeks ago. Ooh. And that would have been a scathing... I don't know if you guys... a lot of you guys caught the mistrial with Alec Baldwin, the Rush trial. For those of you that didn't, Judge Summer got up there and just scathingly delivered her motion with prejudice. Like, this is done because you messed up, prosecutor. It was beautiful. Chef's kiss. Heart of Inspiration, thank you for the great reminder. Always love a good opportunity to think about a judge laying it down. Kissin' Pink says, almost certain the state removed all written notes. I don't know. Something's fishy. Something's definitely fishy about this whole thing with the notes in particular. I don't see the gray area where we can say something was accidental. I'm with you, Kissin' Pink, and hopefully see you at Club Classy too. And then Miss Two T's, good to see ya. How do we know love didn't remove something vital? Right. And then, you know, written notes, I mean, I don't really understand. They looked like computer printouts, so I don't really know how they were digitized or if they were like photocopied and then printed out on paper. But like a notebook, I mean, when I go through my own notes, I'm not writing page 1, page 2, page 3 at the bottom. And even if I did, you know, that's not really, I can't exactly verify that because I wrote page 1, 2, and 3, that those are actually page 1, 2, and 3 and nothing's missing in between. So if these are like photocopies of notes or something, a great question. How do we know? And I'm not in a position where I can trust Love's representation just because she's an officer of the court. She's ruined that. So good to see you, Miss Two T's. Mocha Is Me said, I sent a letter to Thug telling him we are supporting him and it was marked as contraband. I was shocked. Okay, so you probably, did they give you like a notice that they couldn't deliver something? They don't give you an explanation, they just say contraband? I don't know. I mean, I wonder if there's a way like, maybe like Steele or someone on his team like send to him so he can relay the message of support. Cause that kind of sucks. And you know, I'm watching with Dolly Talks, and I missed it yesterday because I had to deal with the tree catching on, smoking up outside because of the lightning. But Dolly yesterday, I got to miss it, but I've been catching a lot of Dolly Talks streams with Wade Wilson and listening to a lot of these jail calls. And the things he's allowed to talk about with people on the phone, it's just kind of like, well, we can't send a letter to someone saying that people out here support them. And I know, SteffJK, if you're in the chat, I think you'll get where I'm going. Like, we can say whatever we want over the phone and it's fine, but we can't send a letter that says people out here in the public support you. And I think there's been plenty of letters sent to Wade Wilson as well, so I'm sure. And again, different states, different Department of Corrections, whatever, right? There's context. I'm speaking broadly here. But this is raising an eyebrow for me. And Mocha, shout out to Mocha Is Me. You know, I love a good rant. And I hope you don't mind being characterized this way. When I say you do YSL rants, I mean that in the most, I'm endeared to it. I think they are great. I love and enjoy the rant. This is not rant in a bad way. Mocha Is Me. Oh wait, you have ranting in your thumbnail here, so I can say it, and you know that I mean it with love. Mocha does some great YSL rants. You will feel like you're hanging out with her, taking a drive, just ranting and banting about the YSL trial. So make sure you check out Mocha Is Me. All right, and the live stream is doing whatever it does, but it's still up to real time, so. But yeah, shout out to Mocha Is Me. Love, love, love your breakdowns, especially when you're driving home from work and you're like, and then you just go off. Michelle Stevens, great point. There's no hack in paper files. There's no hack in paper files. So, can't use that excuse. Stephen T. Satchel says, I'm a 30-plus year software pro. I never depended on central storage. I wrote CD-ROMs in my work. I still have them. My significant other has a string of DVD-ROM of her photos. Oh, I love that. I've got, and it's not anywhere I can reach, but I still have like a spindle of like old music. Music from like smaller artists, because something told me that in the future, and it's kind of happening, it could be very difficult to find songs or artists that, you know, their record labels aren't continuing to upload their music to streaming platforms. Or there isn't an archive somewhere built that has the music archived somewhere. one thing that's really cool, and I think it starts with the K. You guys have heard me say I like video games. I wonder if I can do a quick Google search and get the name. And it's been around for a while, but it's a archive of video game music. And it's I think it's like open source. I have an account, so if I go through my emails, I'll be able to find like my account creation and get the exact name. But it's really incredible, like all these unheard of video games that are really difficult to find. There are people that have uploaded the video game original soundtracks as well as sound effects from the game. And, you know, not everything has an archive somewhere. So if we just expect things to exist and we don't intentionally make sure we have backups of them, it could be gone forever. It could be gone forever. And then when you're dealing with work, you're dealing with data, you're dealing with something that could be needed in a case 10 years later. Well, why don't we do this? We should practice that more than ever. So why don't we do at least the basics for data preservation? So, Stephen, I always appreciate your insight and, you know, where you're coming from, because it's like I can imagine you sitting there, and I don't know you. I don't know your face. I don't know what you look like. But I can just imagine you, and I have this imagination of your facial expression just being like like, is this really how it goes? Is this really how they preserve their data and their records? We have some action.
Review the file. I went
Let me go
back
back
out
10
after I
seconds.
looked at the file some more, and noticing the file
Well, the full screen
at the time
did
that
that weird thing. That way, I don't know if it really caught what she said first, but thank you again, Stephen.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at the time that we were on break after counsel for defendants have had a chance to review the file, I went back out after I looked at the file some more, and noticing the word copy on the file, as well as a copy of the state's demand, a state's demand for discovery, file stamp November 17, 2016, within the file about the file. I went out and asked whether Sergeant Gaither kept things in her file that she had labeled copy, or did she keep the originals in her file? She said when she made copies for other people, she put the word copy on the documents, and every document in here has copy written on it. So there's also a handwritten set of notes within this file that she says is neither her writing nor Detective Dennis's writing. And so what I believe that this is a copy of her file, the copy that was served on July 21st, 2022, and not her actual original. Even the document that I was looking at with respect to the name Nard Quindarius Zachary has the word copy written on it. So she said her original file would not have copies. It would just have the original. So this appears to be, and I would ask that anyone who wants the opportunity to ask questions, and even reviewing the video of her and Quindarius Zachary's interview, she has a file folder in front of her that when she opens it up, before she opens it up, it has something white on the front that is not present on this particular file folder. So this looks like a copy of hers. And that's
I don't know what
all.
it looks like, but
Okay. These men are all fighting for their lives. I don't know how we get to a point where we just grab a file and then just throw it in front of a detective, and the detective's like, yeah, looks like my file, in front of a jury. And then over a lunch break, then we determine, well, it's actually not her file. Like, and again, none of us were even told about the file before It was even presented in front of the witness. None of this makes any sense. If it's not her file, then it should have never been presented as her file in court.
Well, if it's a copy of her file, I mean, why don't we just get her in and ask her?
Go get, I agree, Your Honor. And
Love already hinted that Gaither hinted that it's not complete, so. And that seemed like over-explaining, like, it should be obvious that it's a copy. So why are we repeating that it's a copy 10,000 times? Shout out to Crushing Hard on Max Shart.
Ms. Love, if you'll present her with that file, please. Sergeant Gaither, do you have any idea what that document is or set of documents is that Ms. Love just presented to you?
I think it's a trick question.
It looks like paperwork from my case with Dexter Montgomery case. Majority of these documents say copy, so I'm assuming it's a copy.
Can you either speak into the mic more or speak up more or both, please?
It appears to be documents from the Dexter Montgomery case file. The majority of these documents have copy on it, so I'm assuming it's a copy of the file.
A copy of the file, and why would a copy of your file have been made? Because it's still in, like, you know, folder form.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, the original, I never give out my original file to like the DA's office when it's requested through the complaint room or a different attorney. So I would make a copy and give that to them as opposed to the actual file, the actual original folder.
Okay, and would you put it in a folder like that brown folder?
Yeah, it would be similar to this. It would have separate things, and my case file would have like a white paper with a typed form on the front with the suspect name, case number, and address.
All right. Do any defense counsel have questions for Sergeant Gaither about this file? Come on up where she can hear you.
I know it's been said in court before, but it's Sergeant, right? Sergeant?
Yes. No, retired, whatever.
Okay. Good afternoon, Sergeant Gaither.
Good afternoon.
Do you typically, when you send files to the DA's office, is your normal practice back when you were working as a police officer, would you make a copy of your file and send it to the DA's office?
If it was requested or portions of it, originally, when we send a case over, we would, whatever we have for the complaint room, copies would be made, but the actual original file would not be given.
And my understanding is that these copies would be made after arrest, after you close the case, correct?
Not necessarily after arrest.
Okay. Is that, I'm looking at a kind of rust brown file. Is that the typical appearance of one of the files that you would have copied or copy and send to the DA's office?
Not all the time, but I do use these file folders like this.
Okay, so there's nothing about that file that indicates that's not something you sent to the DA's office?
That I didn't?
Yes, there's nothing about that file itself for instance, you're not saying, oh, I've never used that type of folder or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's consistent with something that you would send to the DA's office.
I've used it in the past. I've used manila folders. I've used envelopes.
All right, and I'm going to ask, I think I know
Mm-hmm.
the answer, but you don't specifically remember what the appearance of the copy you made on the Dexter Montgomery case looked like.
Not the actual folder, or no, not the actual folder.
Okay,
no.
but the contents are consistent with copies that you would have made and sent to the DA's office, correct?
Yes, they have copy on it with my initials and the date.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for telling me that. Could you show me where your initials are?
I really think this came from another case.
So that initial right there, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time, I'm just trying to understand, that initial right there, is that in relation to that specific document, or is that the first document in the folder, so it relates to the folder itself?
If you're talking about the actual folder, not the contents, I can't say that I initialed the folder, but the contents, if a copy was made of a particular document.
Gotcha.
I wrote copy with my initials and the date.
Love did not like this.
All right, thank you.
Any other
Oof.
defense attorneys who have any questions for Sergeant Gaither about
This issue.
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
all right. Okay,
May I just ask a question?
you may.
Retired Sergeant Gaither, does this file, is this the file that I asked you whether you recognized before you came in to testify the last time? This whole?
Just now, yes.
Yes. And you mean when you say just?
Yeah.
When we said the last time, are we talking about earlier today, or are we talking about in April?
Earlier today, is this the file that I asked you if you recognize? Did I ask you before you came in here, before 11:30 and testified, whether you recognized this file?
Yes.
Did you, at the time you looked at it, notice or take note of the fact that each of the documents inside from your file had the word copy on it? Did you notice that at that time? Were you?
Yes. Notice my initials just now?
No, not just now.
Oh, no. Prior to, yes.
And when I spoke to you before you came in, before you testified where there was where the jury was in here, did I ask you specifically about an incident report that is on the back page of the file folder itself regarding Demise McMullen and the kidnapping?
Yes.
Did I ask you did I ask you about if that was a part of your file?
Yes.
Did I ask you at that time about some handwritten notes that are a part of this file?
Yes.
That I'm holding in my hand before you came in the last time?
Yes.
Did I? When you're describing yes, what do you mean?
When I was sitting back here in the room?
And when I asked you whose was this, did you know who it was?
No.
Did you tell me whether or not it appeared to be Detective Dennis's writing? And did this appear to you to be Detective Dennis's writing?
No.
Before you started testifying, before when I asked you about it, did you notice then, before you were testifying in front of the jury, a certified copy of a conviction for Walter Murphy in the file before you got in front of the jury?
No.
On break, while we were at lunch, did I ask you whether you got this certified copy of Walter Murphy's conviction during, or would that have been in your original file?
Yes, you asked me that.
Sorry,
Would-
could you repeat that?
Yes, you asked me that.
What was your answer?
No,
So this certified copy of Walter Murphy's conviction was not in your original file?
no, ma'am.
And this writing on this piece of paper I'm holding up wasn't either?
No,
Okay. But did I ask you about any of the things that had copy on them before you testified in front of the jury? Or was my question about what was in the back?
what was in the back regarding
Okay.
McMullen?
And when you looked at it, did you tell me that it looked like your file?
Yes,
Are the documents that have copy on them copies of things that are in your original file?
yes,
Have I shown you any file pertaining to the Dexter Montgomery shooting other than the one that I'm holding now?
no,
Have I ever shown you these photographs that have copy on the back of them, any original of these photographs that did not have copy?
no,
Inside the video for your interview with Quindarius Zachary, are you holding a file folder in your hands?
I believe it's on the table.
It's on the table?
I believe so.
Is that the file for the Dexter Montgomery shooting or something else?
I believe it's for
Oh, I'm sorry.
Adele.
Okay, for Adele?
The one that was on the table?
Yeah.
I
Okay,
believe that was for Adele Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have you looked through what everyone's calling the file, but I'm referring to the brownish colored, it's being held up right now. Have you looked through all those documents by any chance today?
Not thoroughly, no, sir.
All right. If the court lets you, would you just look through it and just tell us if there's anything from your file on this April 12th, I think I got the date right, April 12th, 2015 shooting, the Dexter Montgomery shooting, that is not in what Mr. Atkins is holding right now?
I couldn't tell you every piece of information or
There you go.
document that should be in the original file. That was almost 10 years ago. I couldn't tell you either way.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
When you make copies of your files for the DA's office about cases that the DA's office will be prosecuting, do you omit pertinent police reports from those copied files?
Do I omit pertinent?
You leave things out, or do you copy everything?
If it's information that I have from my original file, it will go into the copy.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Sergeant, good afternoon.
Sir, good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions just to follow up.
Carton
You
Matthews.
testified earlier that you said portions of it I will send over to the district attorney's office. Can you tell the court, as a practice pattern of what you do in terms of getting that information to the DA's office, what are those portions that you would send over to the district attorney's office when you're sending the file over?
Well, initially, I don't know if APD still uses the complaint room or what the process is now, but that's what I followed up with that question. A lot of information would not necessarily be in a complaint room case file that you would initially send over to the DA's office. So that's what I was speaking of. You would have the original police reports. There's surveillance stills or videos, stuff like that would be sent over to the complaint room. If whatever district attorney is assigned to the case for preliminary hearings or information like that, if they would like the entire file, then the file will be copied and sent to them. So I was speaking more or less about portions of the file would be sent to the complaint room,
Okay.
if that makes sense to you.
Okay, so what are generally the documents that you would, as a matter of your practice,
Yes, sir.
would routinely be held back with your office, with you and your file, that would not go to the district attorney's office?
Your Honor, could he clarify when he says would not? Does he mean initially or ever?
Well,
I don't know what he means.
Okay, well, let's just break that up.
Yes, sir.
The documents that are in your file that you house in your folder as part of an investigation, you said portions will go to the district attorney's office, so that suggests to me that there are portions that don't.
Well, to the district attorney's office, I mean the complaint room. So early on in the case, when you're charged and you obtain your warrant, it has to go to the complaint room. So a lot of information or documents may not exist yet until, let's say, after you interview a person, and you may obtain more information. So therefore, it will be added to the original file.
Okay, all right. So then it's basically the investigation is continuing to be ongoing from the time that some documents make it to the complaint room and the time that other pieces of your file will eventually go to the district attorney's office at a later date. Am I understanding you?
Correct. The complaint room is part of the district attorney's office, but it's one of the initial, I guess, attorneys that touch the case. So once the case is, I don't know what the process is of assigning a case to a particular district attorney to prosecute in court for preliminary hearings or trial. The initial portions of an original case file will go to the complaint room, which is just the first portion of evidence that you obtain. So the complaint room basically looks over your case and they make the determination if it's prosecutable or you need more things to go forward with the case actually being assigned to an actual attorney.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right.
And we have the date, the email date, and the copy of the email where the state served the copy of what was shown to Sergeant Gaither today in the original email.
So I guess just when the jury gets back out, clarify this in her original file, it's a copy of her file. And it's your belief, Sergeant Gaither, that what exists now is the copy that you made to send to the DA's office at whatever time they requested it. Is that fair?
It's fair, but like I said, it appears that they may have added some documents to that.
Once
but,
they had it in their possession.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Your Honor, on the lunch break, Mr. Sharp handed to Mr. Atkins a thumb drive of exhibits that he said he's going to use. At the time that he gave it to us, we could not open it or access it, and I think he did something in the last few moments that allows us to access. I don't know what's on it.
Push it in.
Your Honor, we can use it now. Yeah. It's been rectified, Your Honor. Me and Mr. Sharp worked together and we
Great,
figured it out.
fantastic. I love it when attorneys can work together as professionals. That is wonderful. Okay, so you know you've had a chance to see what's on it?
No, we're looking.
Your Honor, because it was my fault for not being able to open it earlier, no, I have not been able to listen to all of them, but I have them.
Okay, is this,
They're all clips from the video that was.
all righty, great. And is the video already in?
It is.
Okay, thank you. All right, are we ready for
Love
the?
is confusing
the
for no
jury?
reason.
Yes, okay, let's get the jury.
And yeah, Rod Factor, I'm curious too. Rod says this is how she got the name Philip Collins. So Philip Collins, Philo, Brady 101. And I'm in agreement. I think that the reason we have this copy is because it seems like it's a case file of everything relating to the Dexter Montgomery shooting, the guy that had the bandage, like a chunk of his head missing. It makes more sense that it would be a case file if there's other stuff in there and it only relates to this particular incident, right? So it's not all of Gaither's notes. So we are still missing the notes, the reports from Gaither. We just happen to have some stuff that was requested at some point in time by the DA's office in the investigation of the Dexter Montgomery shooting. And what we're going to see later is the defense has to rearrange some of their cross now. So we're going to see them, you know, call a bit of an audible on the fly. So that's going to be great. And Rod Factor, always good to see you. Thank you so much for your generous super chat here. And in the chat, guys, Phil Collins, supposed to be affiliated with If Gang, not the singer Phil Collins. Yeah, City Gent, yes you did. Am I hearing this question? She don't give her file to the DA, only the stuff that's asked for. And procedurally, right? But the thing is, they should be asking for any reports and notes related to something, right? So if there's more, it should all be provided. Sam W says she finds their faith in her file disturbing. Yeah, she got stumped when Whitaker asked that first question. Gaither, I really think Gaither thought it was a trick question and didn't want to give an answer that would hurt the state. My take, my read on it.
Before we broke for lunch, I asked you regarding the file that you kept in the Dexter Montgomery shooting, whether or not you looked at a file before you spoke in front of the jury that contained documents. Do you recall talking to the jury about that?
Yes.
And do you recall telling the jury or telling me that it looked like the file that you kept in the Dexter Montgomery case?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to look at portions of the file even more closely while you were on lunch break?
Yes.
And does the portions of the file that you looked at have the words copy on them?
Yes.
And was the file that you saw, did it contain portions of your file, your original file?
I'm going to overrule that. I think we're just trying to get through this to establish what this is. And we all, so.
Still leading,
Based on information we were just given, that's a misrepresentation of what it contains.
Okay, sustained.
All right. Do you think Whitaker would have sustained that if Love didn't just laugh like that? I think that laugh might have made a difference.
I don't know. Ask another question. Ask it differently.
Okay. Is the file you looked at, in fact, your original file or copy of portions of the file?
Same issue. It's a copy. It's not a copy of portions.
What?
Overruled. She can say what it is or what it isn't. She can say yes or no. And then she can explain.
From what I looked at, there are documents that were in my original file, and there are documents that were added to that particular file.
Okay.
It is not the original.
It what?
I don't believe that is my original file.
Okay. And in your original file, did you have information regarding a kidnapping involving Demise McMullen?
Yes.
All right. And in that report involving the kidnapping of Demise McMullen, did you have a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Yes.
And did you obtain or did you have someone on your behalf obtain records for that phone number? Cell
Yes.
phone records?
Yes.
Did the information you obtained regarding Demise McMullen after your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did it aid you in the investigation of the Dexter Montgomery shooting? Did those records that you obtained aid you in the investigation of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Object irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did the information that you got from Quindarius Zachary about Nard, were you able to corroborate that information?
Objection
Oh
vague.
God.
Sustained.
Were you able to corroborate whether the person listed on State's Exhibit 503 that you got from Quindarius Zachary was in fact Nard or Demise McMullen?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, is there cross-examination for this witness?
Absolutely.
A few questions.
All right, come on up.
All right, we're starting with Doug. Look at the steel. Look at steel. Turn the lapel off. Oh, man. All right, so we had 3826 on the objection counter.
Good afternoon, Detective Gaither, or Sergeant Gaither.
Good afternoon.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to ask you a few questions about your interview with Mr. Zachary. In that interview with Mr. Zachary, when he is asked where he got the information about the murder of Donovan Thomas, at one point, Zachary says, "Yak told me," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you asked him why, presumably why, why did Yak tell Zachary that information? You recall asking him why?
I do.
But he didn't respond to that. He did not give you a why as to why Yak would tell Mr. Zachary that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The video is the best evidence of that.
Sustained.
After he didn't tell you why,
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
it's in the video.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
After he didn't tell you why, you didn't follow up at all, did you?
Follow up with what, sir?
You didn't ask him repeatedly why. You did not delve into that further. You let the conversation go a completely
objection
different
vague
direction,
and
correct?
compound.
Sustained.
After he failed to answer your question, you did not follow up, correct?
Follow
As to
up.
why.
I'm not
Vague,
understanding what.
objection, vague.
Follow up is a very simple
Overruled.
term. After he failed to answer your question as to why, you did not again ask why, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also asked a little later in that same interview, what exactly did they say? What exactly did Yak say? Do you recall that?
At what portion of the interview?
In what portion?
You stated that
About
later on.
45 minutes into the interview,
Okay.
okay, you say, what exactly did they say? What exactly did Yak? You don't use the word Yak, but you're referring to Shannon and Yak. Do you remember asking what exactly did they say?
I'm not recalling which context or what part of the interview you're speaking of.
Okay. So you don't remember asking what did they say?
I don't know.
I'm just want to ask, you don't remember?
Objection, Your Honor. Number one, that last question is harassing. It was asked and answered. And number two, if Mr. Weinstein has something to, she says she doesn't recall or know what he's talking about.
I can move on. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Zachary never told you in that interview exactly what Yak said, correct?
He did.
I'm sorry?
He did.
He did. What did he tell you that Yak said?
From the best of my recollection, he stated that Yak told him about the murder as well.
But you asked what exactly did he say? Right? That's what you asked him. What did Yak say? For example, correct?
I asked him what did Yak say, yes.
Right. And you asked also, what did Shannon say? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you remember Shannon's, or allegedly, Shannon's answer, what Shannon told Zachary? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll withdraw that. What did Quindarius Zachary say that Shannon told Zachary?
That they caught Nut down bad, and he also stated that Yak told him the people that were involved with the murder, the names. That's in the interview as well, that he stated Yak said.
But you didn't get an exact quote like that. You got nothing like that, correct? You didn't get the word. Let me stop right there. You didn't get an exact quote like that, correct?
Objection vague?
Sustained.
You did not get a quote from Zachary about what Yak allegedly said the same way that you got a quote from Zachary about what Shannon allegedly said, correct?
Objection relevance and objection.
Overruled.
Yeah.
And objection vague as to the.
No.
Overruled. If you don't understand the question, Sergeant, just say that.
Now she's
I
gonna say
understand
it.
his question.
Oh,
He
okay.
gave me the names of the people that were involved. He did not elaborate more about exactly what Yak said.
Okay, but could you answer the question that I asked?
What's your question again, sir?
Can I have the court reporter read the question back? Because I doubt I could replicate it the same way.
You did not get a quote from Zachary about what
Yak.
allegedly said, the same way that you got a quote from Zachary about what Shannon allegedly said, correct?
Correct.
Clean answer there. There you go.
So you didn't really ask Zachary a lot of detail as to the specific information that Mr. Kendrick, Yak, allegedly said to Mr. Zachary, correct?
Specifically, he stated the names that Yak told him that were involved.
When you are asking Zachary about Diamante Kendrick, you didn't, for example, ask Zachary the reasons that Yak may have disclosed that information to Zachary?
Objection, that would have called for speculation that she would not have been able to, that would not be admissible anyway unless it came from.
You can ask the question, whether she asked the question.
An objection relevance as to whether she would have asked Mr.
Spaghetti.
Zachary to speculate about what is in Mr. Kendrick's mind.
She asked Mr. Zachary lots of questions about reasons and motivations for people doing things.
I believe Mr. Quindarius offered information about your client.
Okay, but can you answer my question?
What's your question again?
Would the court reporter please read the question back?
asked Mr. Zachary lots of questions about reasons and motivations for people doing things. Or overruled.
You need to question before that.
There, yeah. No, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Thank you for your help. Could you read the question before that part?
There's going to be a lot of back and forth between the two of them before you get to the question.
When you're asking Zachary about Giamatti Kendrick, you didn't, for example, ask Zachary the reasons that they have disclosed that information to Zachary?
Did I ask him the reasons?
Yeah, did you ask him the reasons?
No, I did not.
Okay. So really, you didn't ask Mr. Zachary a lot of questions about the specific information that he allegedly got from Diamante Kendrick.
No, that's not on the video.
Sorry?
No, that's not. On the video, no, I didn't.
I'm sorry.
No, I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something else. There was a discussion on Direct about the shooting at Club Crucial on January 6th, I believe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things you testified to is that Diamante Kendrick, Yak, he'd gotten arrested up the street from Club Crucial. You remember that?
I didn't say up the street from Club Crucial. She asked me if I knew that he was arrested that night of January 6th, and I stated after.
Okay.
I found out after.
You found out after?
Yes, sir.
And you know that that arrest had nothing to do with that shooting at Club Crucial?
I don't know. I didn't charge him for that.
He wasn't, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Your
So,
Honor, I object to assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
there's been, could I just respond? We've had officers in here
Your Honor,
testify.
Move on to the next question.
Okay. Also, earlier today, you testified when we're talking about how you corroborated information, that one of the ways you corroborated the information that Mr. Zachary gave you was because Zachary, Sledge, and Turner all were from Capitol Homes. Do you recall that?
How I corroborated information?
Yes.
I don't believe I answered. Corroboration came from them because they were from Capitol Homes.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and
Overruled.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
To who?
To anyone, that you corroborate information because they are from Capitol Homes.
Your Honor, objection. Number one, it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Would them coming from Capitol Homes, them being Zachary, Sledge, and Turner, corroborate anything?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Would that corroborate anything, the fact that they are from Capitol Homes?
Are we talking about something specific involving this case?
This was your testimony, I'm sorry. This was your testimony from this morning. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Would Zachary, Sledge, and Turner coming from Capitol Homes corroborate anything?
Objection. Mischaracterizes her testimony.
Sustained.
All right, I've got no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, come on up. Miss Murray, this is giving me that cash is full thing.
All right, so 15, and I think we're gonna clean the objection counter and start fresh for Shart, but it's 15 to 7 with Doug,
Here.
plus the one from Shart on the name.
Make sure none of my stuff is in there.
Certainly when we text me.
And
Utilize that. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Former Sergeant Gaither. Retired Sergeant Gaither. I think you know this, but my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Yes, sir.
I want to first talk about this file. May I approach the witness with the
You
file?
may.
The file. Be file faux fum.
Can I just refer to you as Sergeant Gaither? I know you're
Sure.
retired, but, okay.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Gaither, as I understand it, you were the lead investigator on the Dexter Montgomery shooting case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now.
The secondary investigator. I'm sorry.
That shooting was from April 12th, 2015.
The secondary investigator, yes. It was originally assigned to someone, and then my unit took over the case.
You eventually took over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your duties as the lead investigator, once you took over, you maintained a case file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that case file was an original file that would have the work you did, the police reports generated, and all the information regarding the work that you did on the case, correct?
Your Honor, these questions were asked and answered several months ago, the
They
first
were.
time that.
I knew it was
Sergeant
coming.
Gaither was on.
And now
They were, let's not go over
Well,
it again.
we now have the case, copy of the case
Well,
file.
no, we don't.
Okay, we have a copy. So,
Your Honor, I object to the testimony that the jury has heard what the witnesses said, and I object to Mr. Sharp attempting to put information before the jury that she's not said. And
Okay, just ask her a question about
So,
it then, but
as
don't recover stuff that's already been established.
as I understand, that original case file was left in a cabinet in APD.
objection, that was asked and answered months
He's
ago.
overruled, he's just recalling her to whatever it was she said before. But move on and get
I
to
will.
whatever you want to ask now.
As I recall, you've testified that that original case file was left in the cabinet of APD when you left.
Yes.
Okay. And you have now identified that file that's next to you that Ms. Love brought to court today as a copy of that file, correct?
I don't think those were my exact words.
What are your exact words?
I stated there are portions of this file that are copies of my original file.
Okay, so let me break that down.
Yes,
It's
sir.
a copy of your original file, but then there's also additional materials that someone else added.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes what the witness said.
She can correct me if I'm wrong.
So, overruled.
Is that correct? That it was your original file, that's a copy of your original file, and then someone else added some other documents?
I cannot tell you if that is my original file because I don't remember all of the contents of the original file. There are portions and documents of things that were in my original file that are now in this folder right here. And there are also portions that I don't know where they came from that are in this folder as well.
Okay. And when you make a copy of your original file and send it to the DA's office, you would want to include the pertinent parts of your investigation, correct?
Sure.
Because they're the ones that are going to be prosecuting the case, the DA's office.
At what stage of the case, like I stated to this gentleman here, different stages of the case going through the court system, you will receive different pieces of evidence. And maybe starting in the beginning, like the complaint room, you may not have all pieces of evidence or documents that'll end up in your original file at the end. So therefore, different stages that the case goes to the DA's office, you may not have all of the information.
Not only did she just answer differently before, like while the jury was still out, before they were brought back from lunch, but for anyone that did not catch Detective Gaither on the stand the first time around, this is the same switcheroo. She didn't really pull it out with Doug. Love was objecting. I don't think Gaither needed or had the chance or will to pull it out against Doug. But with Sharp, this is the same 360 in attitude and responsiveness from direct to cross-examination we saw previously. So if you missed it, this is what a lot of us have been looking to see.
Would contain the information for the work that you had done up to that point.
In the original file?
Yes.
Or portions of the file? At different stages, once again, you will receive different pieces of information. When I'm done with the case, all the information that I have for a particular case will be in that original file.
Right. And then the
Right.
original file is copied and sent to the DA's office. Correct?
Sir, I don't know a different way to explain to you what
Do you withhold
what I'm saying.
information
I
from
don't
the
know.
DA's office?
Your Honor, objection as to relevance and objection, she's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. As the lead investigator of the Dexter Montgomery case shooting back in 2015, do you remember the names Cornelius Davis, Carrie